feel, taste, like where am I, who's with me, all that type of shit.
Yeah. And low key, that's what Philip Cooper was talking about in Basic Magic and the Magician. Like when he had me go into that little temple exercise that I did like every day on the dot at 12, that's what it was. You'd put yourself into your desired goal and you'd use all of the five senses to experience it.
Yeah. Oh man, it was like one of them I've been doing is like basically a Snyder class. And I mean, basically, like me and you were taking the class, and like there's other people, but I didn't like specify other people, but then it's like me, you, and Snyder at the end, because like he lives in SD, so it's like there's like a beach, so it's like I'm hearing all the waves and shit like that, and then me, you, and him are like walking on the beach, like he's giving us all the secrets. He's like, oh, like just you two, like I'm gonna tell you guys some like NLP secrets.
Yeah.
And he's telling us a bunch of shit like that.
Damn. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add that one.
Oh, bet. Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, I mean, it gets fun, basically, is also what I'm getting at.
And that makes it better. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some people that I'm, I guess trying to help push further.
Yeah.
One of our friends in the group, and the obstacles keep coming up. Like about how challenging it is or how difficult it is because this is like new ways of thinking and new ways of realizing stuff. But what I have to keep reminding this person of is that it's the more frustration that you encounter, we got to think of it like anchoring a sigil. You know what I'm saying? The feelings that you attach to the process is going to stick with it. So if you experience frustration and stay with that frustration while trying to figure out your goals, it becomes a stressful process. So it's like what I've learned to do with me is during the times where it gets very frustrating and difficult and complicated, I remind myself how easy it is and how fun it is, and if I can't figure it out in the moment, I do something else. But I no longer stop and get frustrated because it's supposed to be fun. I don't want to attach those feelings to my visualization process.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, I get into the habit, like it's automatic for me now. Whenever I start to experience negativity, I instantly replace it with thoughts of positivity.
Yeah. Like I'll reframe it, basically.
Yeah. Powerful tool.
Like asking questions, like or it's like basically like if I hear like a voice say some shit that would be perceived as negative, I'm like, oh, how can I benefit from that? And boom, like it tells me ways to benefit from it. So I'm like, all right, cool. It's no longer like a negative thing if I'm benefiting from it.
Hell yeah. Reframing is one of the most powerful tools in the Magus' tool belt. Why do I have to accept someone else's definition of reality? Especially when there isn't a solid definition.
Yeah.
Ultimate reality is undefined. So why do I have to accept someone else's definition that I don't agree with? I mean, naturally not to take it too far, because obviously some things are what they are, but subjective experiences, I'll say, put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, that goes into the whole like internal map and only interacting with that, interfacing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's truly what this science is. It isn't so much anything to do with controlling people, although that potential is there. It's more to do with figuring out how to get to where you want to go in the easiest route, whether it's mentally, emotionally, if you're trying to solve a trauma that's lodged in you somewhere, there's an easier way to get to it. We just have to find it.
And one of the presuppositions that's already within that said person is just that they don't have access to it.
Yes. Hell yeah.
So, yeah. And like, oh man, like you just ask them the questions and then they give you like their response. And then you just break that down to get their like VAKOG. And then you just shift, build a path with their own structure to that internal source within them.
Yes, yes. And you, okay, perfect. You're gonna make me have to grab my notes, man.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, that's all. I'm down.
What this is that we're doing is, because you said presuppositions, and what we're doing is breaking the presuppositions back down. It's just like the example that Snyder said about the compression with the videotape. You know, our memories are like video. We might film it at
Yeah.
4K, but if we compress it down to 720, a lot of data is lost. So those presuppositions that we all make naturally are deletions, distortions, and generalizations. So when we ask those questions like we do, when we're breaking this thing down, what we're doing is pulling out that lost data. Because
Yeah.
the reasons that we get stuck is because of the generalizations. Oh, it's too hard, I can't do it. So much data is lost when you accept that. But if we go back and say, okay, why can't you do it? Why do you feel like you can't do it? Well, because XYZ. If you keep answering those questions, we're going to pull out some trauma. We're going to pull out some
Yeah.
unresolved issues. And then once you see it's not so much about giving someone a solution, because like we're always so ready to answer some people's questions. When we ask questions instead, we allow them to speak with their own mouth what's missing from their equation.
Yep. And then you just feed what they said back.
Yes, if necessary. Sometimes that's not even necessary.
Yeah.
I like sometimes just leaving them with what they said, and then they have to think about it. Oh, damn. Maybe I thought about it all wrong. Maybe I can do it this way.
Yeah. Because I mean, like, just them getting to think about it has like a meta position of it.
We feel so much better about ourselves when we solve our problems. Well, some of us at least. 40% of us like to be told what to do. 40% of us like to do it ourselves. And then there's that rare 20%. It's both.
What's going on, fellas?
Good evening, fellas.
That's what's going on.
Nothing much, man. Just chilling, enjoying the show.
How are you tonight, Kenya?
I'm doing good. Thank you. How you doing?
Fabulous and delicious.
Good. Wow.
I always feel that way after my talk with Shooty.
Oh man, yeah.
When do you usually pick? What time do you usually pick to do top for shooting?
Whenever I take a shower.
Oh, you do it in the shower. That's my thinking zone too. So okay.
So how long does it take you to do it all?
I don't know, anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, maybe.
Okay.
I don't follow time anymore.
With taught with shooties, you could modulate the time to yourself, like however long you want to do it for. It can be, I've done like 5-minute ones, 10-minute ones, 30-minute ones, and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's important to specify. Excuse me. It doesn't have to be 30 minutes to an hour. I choose to do it that way because I enjoy it, but it can be much shorter.
Well, it just seems like a process. So it just seems like it's long. I haven't started doing it yet, but I've read how to do it, but I just hadn't done it. But it just seems like it's a long process.
When you memorize those steps, it's not long because each step connects to the next one. And if you can remember one, then it should trigger the memory for the next. That's how it works in my head, at least.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe breaking it up and then pulling it all back together.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. Disassembling it to reassemble it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been having trouble in my new place and getting focused, man, and focusing in and doing anything really. I've been having trouble with reading and focusing, and I was asking questions in the chat today. Has anybody else ever felt that it was hard to get focused in a new place or in a new surroundings or anything like that? Has anybody ever come across those issues before?
When you go to okay, so When is it necessary for you to focus in your new place?
Well, when I'm trying to reading and the meditations and mantras, those are the times that I'm talking about. It's hard to focus. It's really hard to focus on anything, I guess, maybe because there's so much stuff around here and I'm trying to unpack and do a lot, uh, trying to figure out, where things should go and things. And I was thinking that may have been adding to it because I got so much on my plate right now that maybe my mind it won't, go in that area and focus or whatever. But not sure. I just was, wondering if anybody had any feedback on that. So those are the times. So those are the specific times that I actually do want to focus is when I'm trying to study, trying to do my reading and study, and then trying to do my meditations and my mantras.
Gotcha. So it would seem like since you've got so much on your plate, stuff all around everywhere you look, and so many other tasks that need to be done, I guess that kind of lingers more in the back of your head when you're trying to, I guess, be still.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Hmm.
That would be about the gist of it. And the thing is, crazy part is like none of this stuff has to be done like it's not uh, pressing. I'm gonna take my time and get my house together.
Hmm.
And I plan on being here for a while, so I'm gonna take my time. And so none of this stuff is actually pressing. It just seems like it's just on my mind. You know what I mean?
Yes. On your mind mainly because it's in your face. The opposite of
Yeah,
out of sight, out of mind.
yeah, the opposite. Yeah, the opposite of that. But I in my last place. And maybe it was there because I was there for a year, but I didn't have nearly as much space as I have in here. I didn't actually have my own room to study and do any of that stuff, but it seems like I was able to get it done. But I'm not sure about what the issue is here. It could be a lot of those things, what you just said about, things being out of sight, out of mind, you know, maybe I just need to get my shit together before I try to dive back in. But I don't want to lose where I'm at though. Does that make sense?
It makes absolute sense. And honestly, to me, I think I might see the beginning of a solution. I mean, hell, by describing the problem, I think the solution's starting to become clear.
Do I need to get my shit together?
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Right. Yeah. Maybe just maybe get some of the things done around the house that need to be done, and so I can clear my mind of those things.
It would almost seem that clearing your mind is directly related to clearing your space. It
Yeah.
seems like you're a very
Yes.
kinesthetic person, very tactile, very environment oriented.
Yes, that is true. Yes, I do. I learn hands on. I am definitely a hands on person.
All right. So if you're definitely kinesthetic and your space has a lot to do with um how you focus in your work, uh, you mentioned that you got more space here than you did before, right?
Hmm.
Is it possible to maybe, at least for now, designate an area that is, you know, clean to the specification that you can just focus? Like maybe not your official study room, but could you like make a space somewhere?
Yeah. I mean, I got plenty of plenty of room. So yeah, I was trying to get my study space together, but I'm waiting on a table. I'm waiting on a chair. I'm waiting on a bookshelf. So I think all of that, what I just said, is adding to it. Also, is that I'm not settled in my mind as far as where I want um, my study space to be, and things like that. And I've been racking my brain about it, for a couple of days now because I hadn't been able to just lock it down and figure it out. But that definitely crossed my mind. But yeah, there is a space that I can go to that is a pretty clean room. Uh, and see if I can do anything in there. I haven't tried it yet, but yeah, that definitely could be a short-term solution.
Yeah. You know, a short-term solution, at least if you have a short-term solution, you don't have to break the momentum. You know what I'm saying? It might not have all the fixings, bells and whistles and all that stuff, but at least you don't have to break momentum.
Correct. Yeah, and that's been my main thing. I don't want to break the momentum that I got, because I did that before, and it wasn't like I had to start over, but I did have to go back and relearn some things. Reestablish. My floor was a little shaky, so I had to go back and reestablish my floor, and I was able to take off again. But I don't want to have any of those lows like I had that time.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I'm definitely gonna attempt that. Shango suggested trying Florida water and Paul. I can't say her name in the chat. Pole something suggested to read page the section 111 and the initiation into hermetics to impregnate the room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go and dig my book out and go through that process. I already saged everything. My grandma told me if you burn sulfur in the house, it ain't nothing that's gonna stay, not even people. But I don't, I don't necessarily want to burn sulfur in my house. Uh, and,
Hey,
and
same time.
yeah, extreme times. That's true. And Shango suggested Florida water and frankincense and myrrh.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try some of those things, and like I say, I already saged the house and got in all of the corners and everything, and put my intent into the house. But it may need a little bit more. People that lived here seem to be a little bit uptight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Shit, that brings me another idea. So we I would do the sage stuff. I would do the burning. Hell, I would even do the sulfur because that just sounds cool to me. I like extreme. But I wonder if there's a way you could even harness the energy that's present. If they were pretty uptight, I wonder if there's a way that you could harness at least a piece of it for focus and study.
that's a great idea. I never even thought about the transmuting. Transmuting the energy. I never thought about that. It sounds like a great idea.
Transmutation. That's one of the reasons why I don't really do any protection shit, because that I think that expends more energy than just transmuting. I don't do martial arts, but I know there's like correct me if I'm wrong, it might be Tai Chi or something where the whole thing is you kind of flow with what's there already.
Yeah, it's redirecting. Yeah, that's Tai Chi. Yeah,
I
it's
love
like
that concept.
water. Yeah, you just gotta. It's just redirecting the attack. So you're using the enemy's force against them.
Right.
Yeah. Hmm.
If I was some kind of you know ancient mystical warrior, that would definitely be my style. Air.
Yeah, air. Yeah, that's definitely what it is. Air, but or water, air
Yep.
or water. Yeah, but yeah, I never thought about that. Man. Yeah. Okay. A lot of good idea, man, and I'm gonna use them all.
Yeah, man. Awesome. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited to try to lock it down in here, man, because it seems like I can't even sit down in here. I sit down for a second and then I'm up walking around again. And it's like I just can't get my mind settled.
And
Um,
it
Go
could
ahead.
also be the energy that we're in now. It's April, it's Aries season, so it's pretty hot, pretty fiery. I'm
Mm,
feeling that too. That little springtime, with all the start, the Easter, the you know sprouting and the
Twitter pated.
Feel
Twitter.
that too. The fire, like that spark of creation, spark of life type shit.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
going on too.
yeah, it's frisky.
Check
It's frisky season. It's rabbit season.
Sheesh.
check your dashes too, because mine changed as soon as we got into April. And mine, the last, like their third planet dasha, like mine just changed to Rahu. So mentally, like I've been like sleepless. I couldn't. I'm just always thinking now. So
The dashes, is that in a that's in the little industrial, right?
use the one on Cosmic Insight. It'll give you the third planet dasha.
Cosmic Insight. I hadn't even signed up for that one yet.
What's up, Kurt?
What's up, Trav? How's it going?
Beautiful. It is going beautifully.
What's going on, Kerr?
What's up, Steph?
What are
What's up, Dama? Kenya, how's it going?
Hey, going.
Greetings to everybody in the chat. What's up, Stray Panther? What's going on, Mad Titan? Greetings, Sunshine Chick. Al Dickey, good to see you. You are very funny, bro. Yeah, I've been having quite the week in regards to this work here. I've been feeling this Aries energy for sure. I've been having so many new ideas that I've been writing down and formulating to apply for the next coming months. And alongside all that, I'm also feeling the distraction. You know, the unable to sit still. Like I've been trying different focus techniques, different study techniques to overcome that. And yeah, I'm definitely learning a lot from that. So pretty interesting.
It's crazy because I have to deal with that a lot too. And my secret to focus is I set everything by importance that I need to get done. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're reading like 3 to 4 books during this month, I would say I would advise you to try to like focus on one per week so you can get it done. Cause it's like, yeah, I feel like the Aries energy can be very ADHD like, but also it's like if you really just focus on one thing, you could get a lot from it, you know?
Indeed. Indeed.
So like that's what I do. So I even have it on my board. Like I started that yesterday. I wrote down the most important things for me to do per day. I didn't write it in an order because I like things to be changed, but at the same time, like I just do it around the same times, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
That's one of the things I'm using as well, trying to limit my focus to it's very hard for me to do just one because the way that I work, I have to circulate between at least two, go back and forth. That way, if I get tired of one or bored, I've got to jump to the other. But for me, it's helped to really single things down as much as possible lately because I've noticed with all these books, I'm starting to get more scattered. You know, over here on astrology, over here with yoga, over here with NLP, over here with this and that, marketing. So what I've done recently is just picked about 3 of them that I'm going to spend the next few months on.
go about narrowing down to 3?
Yeah, that's Superman stuff, narrowing it down. Just gonna narrow it down to 3. 3 is what had me scattered. Man.
Isn't that the definition of focus, of narrowing it down so that your power is concentrated?
Yeah, definitely.
Absorption of focus. Absorption of attention.
Absorption of attention.
Absorption, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Remember what Snyder said, what trance was.
Oh yeah, damn.
Absorption of attention, narrowing, and focusing of the critical factor, narrowing and focusing of attention to bypass the critical factor.
There we go.
Yeah.
I pulled out my notes for his video course hours ago, and I was going through all that. So it's funny that you bring that up.
Oh, I was going through that today.
Jeez.
I think I mean, I've been going through it every day, to be honest, for the past month at least. Like I'm using it as the lens of what I like see all the other shit as.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now in this stage of my process is that NLP is great for helping myself reach the goals that I want to reach, helping myself attain the milestones, mainly by clarification. You know,
Yeah.
I've been asking a lot of people lately about their values for a reason.
Yeah. Clarification and like breaking it down to VAKOG, because that's what cooks the rice.
That's what cooks the rice. And it's not so far-fetched. We've been doing this with the rituals, with the visualizations.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. What I know, people, I don't think it's like, I mean, Snyder said this too, but it's literally we do it already as beings. And it's just doing it better, basically. Like, all right, it's like consciously doing it versus unconsciously doing it.
And it makes all the difference when we're conscious of it. You know, because a lot of people, for some reason, online, whenever I see people come to the realization that, oh, I've always been doing this, it's almost dismissive. But it's like, yeah, you've always been doing it, but now that you're aware of it, you can do it better. Now you know what to focus on and practice.
Yeah.
I mean, how else can you know that you've achieved your goals unless you have them clarified already?
Specific, that one acronym, SMART, like specific, measurable. I forgot what the A stands for.
Ooh, that's funny. I was just looking at that today too.
Realistic. I know the R is realistic, and then T is like time or something. I forgot what the A is though. Oh, you were looking at that too?
Yep.
Wow.
Is it acquisition?
I had a picture, but it won't let me show it. Unsupported document type.
Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that right there, if you take that SMART approach to any of these goals, it helped me gain so much more ground than before. Like, these are the things that no one really taught us. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're taught to have goals and stuff like that, but it's left so vague and silly, and that's why we never really get anywhere. Like, how will we know that we're making progress if we don't have it clarified? If we're not specific, you know? Say, oh, I want to be more focused by the summertime. Okay, well, how will you know that you're being more focused? What has to happen for you to know that you're making progress? What does it look like? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? That's why the VAKOG is so important. Clarity. How you doing, Alora?
good. It's interesting you guys are talking about NLP. I was just listening to a lecture before I logged on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, on how to use. Can you hear me all right?
You're very muffled.
I don't know how to fix that. Hold on. All right, is that better?
Oh, that's so much better. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
That's crazy. Okay. But yeah, I was listening to an NLP lecture right before I got on. So I'm good. I'm going with the synchronicities right now.
Synchronicities. Anything that you picked up that you think would make an interesting topic of discussion? Take that as a yes.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Anything that you picked up that stood out that, you enjoyed as a topic of discussion?
Are you talking about from what you guys were just discussing?
From what
Or are
you
you what I was doing? Well, I was I've been tapping into more about our emotional connection to things, and then how we attain or kind of register our sphere of availability based off of how we feel, and how our emotions make us react immediately. So like really, when you gain control of your emotions, you gain control of your reality.
Interesting.
Yeah. But what's the hard part is that you tend to have your emotional response before your awareness. So like, for example, barely anyone, unless you really fine tuned it, is able to register like, oh, I'm getting mad. Typically, when you're mad because you're already feeling irritable or you're already feeling mad. So it's a matter of becoming aware of that and attuning, essentially your tuning fork to which result you wish to have. And in order to do that, you have to have a goal for every situation that you encounter. So you're really not going to go anywhere if you kind of go into things la-di-da. There's always a goal that you have to be willing to attain in order to have some type of direction as to where you want to put your emotions when they come up.
I love it. There always has to be a criteria to be met.
Right. And that's how literally you adjust your reality, because then you'll be able to use your discernment, and you'll be attuning yourself to that purpose for which you have. That's why you have to clear all of the trauma and all of the baggage that you bring into those situations, because those are emotional force fields that you are allowing to play part into every circumstance that you have.
Wait, are you saying that us as individuals are responsible for the shortcomings that we encounter?
Oh yes, responsible more than we're even aware of.
Wait. So you're saying that the power is in my hands to change my life, and it's not on anyone else?
Right. You can even change the way how you look, from the emotional, from your from how you release your emotional trauma from the past, and how you choose to redirect that energy into every circumstance.
I mean, like you were saying, the emotions come first, so it would make a lot of sense to get a good handle on how we're letting these emotions circulate through us.
Yes.
Because even though emotions may be somewhat automatic, I don't even want to say automatic. Let's just say they happen first so quickly, sometimes it's difficult to prevent. But what we can control is how much we dwell in them, right? Say something does trigger me that causes me to be, have that spark of being upset. I don't have to follow that. I don't have to continue. I don't have to attach to that, basically. But I think since most of us don't have practice with that process, when it happens, we feel like we have to be carried along with it.
Yeah, and I think one of those big things is having to um, look at what patterns we keep repeating, because what we tend to do as far as our emotional base goes is we go for what's familiar. So even if it's pain, we're going to keep multiplying pain because that's what's familiar. We live literally in a memory. That's why we have auditory, visual, and kinesthetic learning. It's because we live off of memory. So in order to gain more control of your emotions, you literally have to reconstruct your memories.
Whoa.
And you do that from an emotional base.
Whoa. Yeah. That's pretty advanced right there. We are living in a memory. This isn't even, I think Amar said this last week. Are you thinking or are you just remembering?
Right.
Yeah.
Once upon a timeless memories.
I mean, all like that, what she said, like circles back to the internal map, and you just reflecting that back to yourself and interacting with that, because that map is just based off of your memories or some scars. And those some scars are built off of perceptions, which is built off VOKOG. So that's the loop.
Peace,
I'm making it
everybody.
sound so easy.
Yo, to add on to that, and I feel like when you guys utilize astrology also, right? Like that's the only reason why, that's the only thing I use it for, is basically to see like the repetition, the karma that people usually have to deal with, you know, the ones that's relative to them and also to me. And based off your goal, you should know what you have to change, or based off the karma that's sitting within you, you should know what you would have to change about yourself. And also like through the experiences, how deep that karma goes. Also, you know, also meditating within yourself and self-analyzing every situation, having that capability. Yeah, so like even with this, all this astrology stuff, man, I start telling people like, yo, just because you're set a certain way, you can change it. These energies are here to be burned, not here to stay here forever. You can choose to stay with it forever because you're worrying about the future and thinking about the past. But it's the actions that you do now that changes everything, you know? So
Peace,
Well,
everybody.
you know, Curve. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Shango. Go ahead if you want to say something.
what's up, Shingo?
What's up, everybody? I was gonna say with the good part is everything that y'all saying, that once you reach a particular point, like I can speak from my experience, like right now, I'm at a particular point where I can't utilize my old memories no more. So now I'm at a position of reset. So now I'm living in the moment of now. So everything that I'm doing right now, once I cease to exist, once I die, quote unquote die, I'm either gonna bring these memories now that I'm creating now, because I already burned out all the old ones. You know what I'm saying? So because that's the whole thing. I'm at a point of self-realization. And once I started going into different areas and just doing certain things, I came to that point that, as y'all said, these memories that, like how Damarama said, we're all just like living a regurgitated memory pattern. I'm not in that pattern no more. So right now, that be the I call it frustration. Like, remember I asked the question, do anybody feel kind of, so the last couple of days I've been doing some work and I said, oh shit, I'm not living these old patterns. I've already burned that karma. So now I'm in the creation of now. So that confusion, frustration, and friction is basically coming from like being a baby again, learning how to walk all over again, learning how to talk. all over again. You understand what I'm saying? So that's kind of like what I've been observing based off of what, how y'all, what y'all was just talking about, as it applied, how you was asking those questions. Do you feel closer today to achieving your long-term goal? I got my reality is I'm 48 years old. I've already achieved my long-term goals. You understand what I'm saying? Even now I'm at a point where I'm now in development of new goals. So the foundation that I already built my quote unquote kingdom on, I'm now expanding now. I'm getting ready to move to the upper Nile. I was in the White Nile. You understand what I'm saying? Already doing my thing in the sun. Boom, boom. I'm old. We didn't mature. So now I'm getting ready to hunt and gather. I'm a hunter. I'm hunter gather. So now I gotta go up the water now. You know what I'm saying? So I can't relive some scars. That's the beautiful thing about where everybody should be at. The first point of self-realization is realizing that, as Alora said, you don't have to fucking feel any way about old past shit no more. Press the reset button. It's a fucking video game. Only thing you can press reset on is, but even though you don't never die, is Grand Theft Auto online. You die, you come back. So you know what I'm saying? So
hey, Shango, what you said was key. Because once those people recognize some scars, once they realize the impressions that life is making on them, that's keeping them in that attachment, that's when they could get out of those loops.
You're exactly right. So remember, I had said that day, I don't identify with my birthday. I can just say, when I say I'm 48, that's just Earth time. That's just the designate, because that's being 48 years old don't even equivalent to how many times my heart has beat since November 23rd, 1972. My heart did already beat like 250 million times already. Because you can calculate how many times you can do the mathematics on yourself. You can do the mathematics of how much oxygen you intaking based off of the square feet of a room that you in. You know what I'm saying? That's how the Nation of Islam used to teach a long time. You had to know all of that type of shit. You had to even know how many strands of hair that you would have on your head. Because that's all mathematics, you know what I'm saying? So that's why you get to the 5%, you become a law. You arm, leg, arm, head. There is no God that you can seek elsewhere to give you those answers. So self-realization is being to the point that we are now. Each one of y'all has reached a point of self-realization. And I think Trav said that, how do you know, like, what's your yardstick that you're measuring up when you've reached a goal or you've reached a point in your life? You can't measure it up to nobody else. You got to come to your own self-realization. Like, oh shit, yo, I don't need my old shit no more. Boom, self-realization.
Know thyself.
Django, how did you know that you were in that rebirth phase? Like, how did you come to that? Because you said last week in the chat, like, are you feeling this type of energy too?
That's what it was. I had to contemplate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, what is exactly am I? Because you got to find out what is the root of this interaction going, because we're the observer. So what's the root of this interactive emotion that I'm experiencing? What's the root of it? And once I went in and closed off everything, I pratyahara it.
Okay.
I began to realize, like, oh, this is nothing but the shift of a planet, because every time the planets move, of course, we may not call it a disturbance because it's a movement, but it is a disturbance. It's a disturbance from being set in one position, and now you gotta move. You know how much energy it must take for this Earth to orbit? That shit must not be easy. You know what I'm saying? So just imagine how it is. So to answer your question, I kind of like I took it and I contemplated that, like, oh, it's a rebirth. That's all it is. I can't go back. Even my daughters, and I learned from my daughters. That's one thing that's taught me. A 16-year-old, a 24-year-old, a 12-year-old, and John is like 10. So I see different stages of development, different stages of the human development, emotion, and I sit back and I observe that, and I listen to the questionings, and I see how the mind works. So now at this point in my life, you got to be actively aware in your existence. You got to live like every day is the last fucking day now. So you got to be in the moment of now.
Now, yeah.
Yes.
So I'm living in the moment of now, you know?
That's like dying before you die. Like part of
We
it.
already dying. We already dying, Damarama. Soon as we come out, like people say, we living our life. No, Brother Polite the other day said he living his best death.
Cool.
He trying to die. He said that he's trying to die his best. Because so living means what we're considering dying, that's actually living. Because right now I'm dead.
That's on my list of values, man. Is dying well.
Dying beautifully. So think about when we think about the ancients. Let's just go back to Kemetic. The niggas was driving up. People think that what they doing with how people love rims on their car. You can go to the museum and see chariots from Egypt with fucking gold foil and lapis lazuli on their fucking on their wheels.
Damn.
So we already been doing this. So right now, everybody should be. If you want to get guap, get guap. If you wanna globe trot and party in fucking Dubai with the Saudi Arabians, then that should be a goal. I'm trying to, and I say that because that's one of my goals. And if I want to say long term, I'm trying to go to fucking Dubai and party with fucking oil fucking moguls. Show me how y'all doing in Dubai. I might not leave.
Let me eat some of that camel.
Shit.
Rub some of that. And I heard they got a gold room. They got like this area wherever it was at. They didn't build everything out of gold. So you can go in. You can go in there and be surrounded by gold energy. Come back on some luxurious. You know what I'm saying?
You thought was shooting in that room.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. What do an echo sound like in an all gold room?
Come on, man. I don't need more goals on my list.
Let me go in there and do the Gayatri mantra in an all gold room, man. See how that shit vibrate.
Oh shit.
So that's what I'm saying. All of us are at a self-realization. If you're not, you wouldn't be here.
True. I mean, what other outcome is there working with such potent information other than transformation?
Yeah.
That's why I said last week, everything is perfect. Everything is successful. I'm trying to touch where each one of y'all at. I'm trying to see, you know what I'm saying, that type of shit. Like that's all in the plans. And I'm driving. I'm pulling up on everybody. Like what? Curve them here. What?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up on y'all boys too.
All of that. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't know, man. Look at let's use DMX. And he a public figure. This dude laid up. It's always, you know what I'm saying? You don't think about that. So now they want to drag him because you know that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a title of an article and I got pissed and I turned it off and said, how many properties has DMX lost in his rap career? But who gives a fuck? But that comes with the territory of Hollywood, of being an entertainer. when you on your deathbed or some shit, they gonna them niggas gonna somebody gonna you got people who gonna come and clean you up, and you got other people that's gonna come and leave your bedpan full of shit and piss on you. You understand what I'm saying?
That's the world we're trying so hard to gain approval from.
Yeah. That's a losing battle. What the fuck?
I want to wake up. I wake up and look, when I go brush my teeth and shit like that, I be having fucking dialogues with myself. You know what I'm saying? I be making sure that I be checking on the observer and on what's observed. So when I step outside of my door, I'm not easily influenced by something that nothing's not going to catch me off guard. So that's why I said the only thing I can say is living in the moment.
Yeah, them internal dialogues are crucial. You know, it's one of the places where we do set our values and stand firm in them and constantly check ourselves to make sure that we're living next to those values. Because if we're not having that self-dialogue, the mind is busy with noise always. And if we're not having that self-dialogue on a regular basis, something else is having a dialogue.
Yeah. You know what, too, Damarama, what kind of changed my mind on a lot of shit? Yeah. To be honest with everybody, I'm not reading a bunch of shit no more. The only things that I'm reading right now is the Bhagavad Gita, and and now that I have the whole secrets of yantra, mantra, and tantra, that's the only thing I'm reading. So reading the Bhagavad Gita is actually doing. All I can explain it is it's doing something to me.
Yeah, I mean,
that shit is profound.
It like makes your mind more one-pointed.
And it mentions it says those who read, you could, I think I mentioned that shit to Trav last week. You could eliminate all your karma by reading that. But I need to read it in the original language. I realized the different frequency of reading it in the interpreted, language, and needing to read it in the actual dialogue that it was written in. Because all of it basically is mantras. Right. And it's sound frequency. You can sing the whole, it's like you can sing the whole Quran.
Yeah, I mean, you do.
The Quran is a song.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
when you recite it, like when I recite it, actually, I have to get like my voice changes basically. I start singing it in a way.
That's why the most important person if you want to put importance on somebody, the caller of the Adhan. Very important, following in the lineage of Balal. You know what I'm saying? The caller, if you know what I'm saying, you got to have so all of us got to become, this is another thing about understanding the mysteries and hermetics and all
highly
of this.
Metaphysical. Yeah, I was about to say, but you just said that shit was metaphysical as fuck.
That shit, you got to realize that you are the Kaaba. What they going on a pilgrimage, they only, what happens outside is the workings of the inside. So by them going around the Kaaba and all of this is really an internal, they're really outwardly demonstrating an internal thing that's happening. And the Kaaba is the human body. That's why it's a cube. Mm-hmm. It got you boxed in. You boxed in, man. Ain't you in a fucking box right now?
And like out there, they have the clock tower above it too. So it's like the whole, like the Saturn are right above the cube is.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying, man, is that living in the moment and realizing that the occult sciences and that's, it's, not even, I don't want to really say occult sciences, just ancient sciences and ancient ruins are all nothing but art outside demonstrated of you. A church building is you. Mm-hmm. The mosque is you. Any spoken word, Shastra or the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas are nothing but divine sounds into words from Vishnu and Brahma, which is basically higher, you know what I'm saying, the energies that make your cells work.
Yeah.
The
And I mean,
Bible even got
so-
that right, because the Bible even said that the temple of God is in you.
They
So
got that.
yeah,
and to
they
go
got
one
that one
step
right.
further, like all those temples that are built by man's hand, like we too can build ourselves like a temple. We can build our temple however way we want.
And we
Get
talking
like
about
and
NLP.
construct. Yeah.
NLP is nothing but stolen of Vedic science,
Yeah.
formulated into psychology.
Mm.
It's
NLP, and I like
it's
NLP. I'm not down. I'm just keeping it a buck.
Yeah, it's tantra. It's a mental
That's what it
science
is.
mutation and of the personality.
Mental yoga, don't we call that Raj yoga? Jnana yoga?
They got you fucked up if you don't think bhakti is involved in NLP, concentration and dedication, and you gotta use it takes internalizing. You know what jop and all of that really is? You're inwardly concentrating so deep that your cellular molecules start speeding up so that you have direct access to all information on in this cosmos. That's all inner concentration really is. Speeding up of your internal molecules. And if the more you concentrate, the more you separate. That's why the higher gurus, they check out. They be like, yo, I'm out of here, yo. What do I need to come back to?
Yeah.
So that's my long-term goal, was to vibrate so fucking high that I may not need to read no book no more. You don't need the opinion. So you become the book. Like that's what the whole science of that movie, The Book of Eli, was about. He carried this fucking book, that man he going around stealing books and shit like that, looking for the Bible. Eli got a Braille Bible that is useless to a person who can see, when you are the actual book.
Yeah, I was just when you was talking about the book of Eli and all of that and becoming, what the fuck was I gonna say, bro?
We're becoming everything that we've already studied. Travis already the Kabbalion. He already the the Necronomicon. Everybody who already ingested, because you ate it, and you
Right.
are what you eat, right?
Right. I'm trying to become the top Washuti at this point.
Yeah.
Become the
And then
Bhagavat.
after that, and then once you master that, you've mastered your cellular structure, then you keep going. You can say, I'm out of here.
Yes.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. This information that we're talking about right now has disappeared several times and has reappeared. So it's obvious that this information isn't written down on a book, and that's not the only place it exists. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can bring this information down. Shango, what you're talking about is totally true. And I believe that this is how the information gets back into the earth when you do have a down period, like like a Kali Yuga, and everything gets destroyed. And then somebody, then they send the avatar, or an avatar comes down that is the book, like you were saying. That was in the book of Eli. He was the book. You know what I'm saying? And then the people come and learn from that, and it carries on until the next time. You know what I'm saying? But this information is like the owner's manual for a human body. You know what I'm saying? It's there. It's written in something that's not paper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's why other nations, I'm sorry, Trav.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying
I was gonna say that's why other nations of people It wasn't. It was see killing people and selling people is just collateral damage. That wasn't the actual goal. What they was going after information. They the ones who called this shit a cult and hidden and all of this type of shit. Why would you want to hide something beneficial for everybody? Only people who want to operate, who do operate. That's not that they do operate from a destructive pattern, on want to hide shit. So this type of shit is like you just said, stuff that it because it goes and it ebbs and flows. It's an upward. It's like that's what all of this Bitcoin and stock markets represent. Nothing but those are nothing but energies of nature. It's not about value. It's just basically showing you when it's up, and when it's down, it's down.
Yes. Okay, we can even apply that to the knowledge. Just like what you just said, how there are groups of people who seek to suppress the information and keep it, sequestered, hidden, occult, because that's part of the natural balance. Just like in nature, you've got predators and prey. The predators exist. Part of their function in the bioscheme is to lower the number of prey, because we had a ton of rabbits eating all the damn crops and vegetables, there'd be no vegetables. So
Exactly.
It's necessary to have a group of people suppress the knowledge. It's necessary for that.
It's necessary. Everything has to be balanced. That's just like right now, Mexico got a problem with fucking hippopotamus because Pablo Escobar thought it was a good idea to bring some fucking hippos over there when he was balling. So right now the hippo population out of control over there. He offset the natural balance of nature.
Look at man. Won't he do it?
You see what I'm saying? That now apply that same science to yourself. Don't we offset the balance of our inner nature by not being in control, not being the master of ourself? We offset our true nature.
Ooh.
So the whole thing, it never was about the murder of people. It was about, like you just said, the sequestering of knowledge. That's why they always hit it with a religious overtone, and they always send a military captain, they send a small squadron, and they send a missionary, and they send a priest.
Mm-hmm.
The missionaries and the priests are the ones that are going to sequester ancient knowledge that they didn't read about from some old scrolls that these people had such and such an information, and you know what I'm saying? So that's the real deal. And then once they get access to it, and the people find out, like, yo, these motherfuckers trying to take the sacred fucking stones. That's when they send in the fucking Jesuits or the soldier force, and that's when they come to fucking. That's when the Inquisition started. Now we gotta wipe these motherfuckers out of here because the jig is up. They caught us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
So now we at a point where none of that shit ain't here, no more trash. We got access to every fucking thing right now. If you ain't studying right now, then you deserve what you get, because that's the law of nature. If a lion catch your ass slipping, what are you gonna do? Tear your fucking throat open.
That's how it goes.
You should.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's not even like if I was in that position, I'd say the same thing. That's how it goes. It's nature.
That's what it is. And nature is not always this beautiful experience that, you know what I'm saying, we think everything is supposed to be nice. That's an individual's perception based off of what they fear. Like, well, it ain't supposed to be like that. Yes, it is. It's supposed to be like that.
Right. And honestly, I take that approach to all of it. All of it is supposed to be this way. All the shit that they're complaining about on social media, it's supposed to be this way.
It's
If it
supposed to,
wasn't,
man.
then it wouldn't be. I don't, man's not in control of this. There's a much larger intelligence that is exuding waves of influence that cannot be denied. Nobody's in control of this thing.
The only thing that we are as individuals are in control of within this physical, tangible world is your actions to your experience of life.
Mhm.
That's what you're in control of. How you choose to react and utilize it.
Like
You can make the human.
man,
Uh-oh.
that's what they.
Breaking up stuff, dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying they say man is above nature.
That's why. That's the reason why. And that's what they call free will and all of that. That's what we do. We do have free will because what we are the physical manifestation of gunas, which are nothing but elements, and the elements are what? The forces of the gods. So if we are the condensed form of that, then we demonstrate God energy. We are, each one of us represent a deity. You just got to figure out which one. Just figure out which one you want to be today.
Yes. Yes. It's literally a mixture of elements. That's why good and bad doesn't exist. That's why masculine and feminine does in place of positive or negative interactions. They're all molecular components and mixtures of elements. That's
Exactly.
it.
Yes.
And if it's mixtures of components, then it would be contextual. It would depend on the scenario.
Mm-hmm. That's why you have a lower, the higher mind is the buddhi, then you have a lower mind dealing with the manas and all of this type of stuff. That's our that right there is like stop signs for the physical thinking mind, for you as a thinking machine to cognize the operations of self. That when you start swerving in the yellow lane, shit, you know why. When you start having these mental disruptions and you're out and you're now you fucked up because you didn't let somebody get you emotionally involved in a relationship, and all they really wanted was some yoni, or all they wanted was some phallus, and you didn't smashed out and you thought that person was perfect, and then they one day say, you know what, call me tomorrow, and then tomorrow come, they don't answer the phone. Now you're fucked up now.
Yikes.
You should have realized you should have been more in control of yourself, not to allow yourself to get so far gone that it just becomes this whimsical, airy romance. And it's like, you know what I'm saying, that shit don't work.
That's hard.
You gotta be conscious in every relationship that you have upon this plane. Because it's all Maya.
Yeah, and on that note, a practice that I've been doing recently to kind of to patterns has been to list all of my demonic qualities and angelic qualities, but list all of them, every minute detail. So I'm giving myself 2 weeks for each one to really list all of the details, negative qualities and positive qualities, and then relate them to the elements: earth, water, fire, air. And what I'm finding is that there are 2 different personality types that come into play according to which qualities are showing dominant for each category, whether demonic qualities or angelic qualities, positive or negative qualities. So within all of us, we literally have multiple identities that we can show through the elements.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. And then once you take all the personalities, that's the same thing. See, this is why we know that they stole, that this information was they fabricated it all from the Sanskrit, the Indian people of that nation and area, because we can go back to initiation into hermetics, and it tells you, and it just says the same thing. They just call it sanguine and choleric, and I forgot each one that they spoke on, but it's no different than Tamas, Rajas, and I forgot the top. Exactly. So those right there is each personality, and what you demonstrate is nothing but that.
Fancy terminology to describe something simple.
Don't we say, man, that nigga cold? But then that nigga made him hot.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we already say it and don't really understand. We never too far from the truth. This imam used to say, heaven is only about a couple of inches away from your head. So what he didn't really know, you dealing with that's where, when we look for the Akasha, if you want to be philosophical about it, it's only right there above your fucking head. You just can't physically see it. It's just because it's a different mathematical equation. That doesn't equal up to physical.
Yeah. That's what everything is that you can't see. We look out into the cosmos, and they say we can't see any other life, but it's just another mathematical equation that you're just not tuned into. Your frequency is tuned into here, so you won't be able to see any of that stuff, but that don't mean it's not out there. There's billions.
You can't see it because it doesn't operate off a light. So our eyes and our brain can play mind fuck games with us and make us think we're seeing something red when it might not really be fucking red. Your brain gonna correlate it with, like, now that's where memories come in. Your brain gonna correlate it with a memory, so it can give you something that's gonna make sense to it, not to you. It got to make sense to the brain.
Ain't that how dreams work?
That's how dreams work. Like, I've been having a lot of dreams about water. That's how I know that everything is being changed. This birth is in this new beginning. This shit is about anointing ourselves right now. That's why the words Christ energy and all of that keeps coming up. You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to take. You got to listen, like they say, keep your ear to the street. You do have to listen to the trends. You have to hear what is really being spoken to me through these trends. Like people talking about the conscious Black community, this and that, a cult, and what's really being said to me, what's being energetically said to me, coming through these words that people keep saying over and over and over again.
Yes.
The latest trend is the change in nature.
Yeah, you just said it. I mean, you just said it a second ago. We not far from it all the time when you're saying the motherfucker is hot, the motherfucker is cold, I don't vibe with that guy, or you know what I'm saying? You edit right there. So it would make sense that the whole world is saying this shit unconsciously. You know what I'm saying? Because that is what it is. So you listening to the trends, but you interpreting it in another way. You know what I'm saying?
People filtering it through a gross inert matter, because that's all they have. Most people don't know any other way to filter what they've been the information. They can't filter the data through an abstract expanded mind. They can only filter it through the gross form that they've been living with for how many years they've been living with it for. So of course it's going to be good to them, it's going to be bad to them, it's going to be this to them, because Those are their filters. They don't have no other filter to utilize.
Mind can only think in absolutes. Gross mind can only think in absolutes. That's why
Absolutely.
we can give sensitive information to someone, but if that mind is gross, it's not going to be taken the way it's intended to be because we put it in this box or that box.
You know what's the most difficult thing for an individual who already believes they know something? What's the most difficult thing for them to do? Is to say, you know what, man, I don't think I know as much as I thought I did. I'm gonna just say I don't know anything about what you're speaking about, but I'm interested in learning. So maybe I need to just sit at your feet and absorb it.
Them people
Literally.
in this chat right now.
Yeah. There's a Bible story like that. Martha and Mary, the two sisters, Jesus went to their house, and Martha he said that he told Jesus, the man that, the character that they said Jesus told Martha, you're too busy about things. Mary sat at his feet. And the reason she sat at his feet, because she didn't want to miss a word that came out of his mouth. Martha want to go make fucking biscuits and all kind of, and be a great host. You ever been in somebody's house like that? But like, yo, I ain't asked you to go fucking make no Kool-Aid, motherfucker. What the fuck? And then get mad because you ain't thirsty. Look, I didn't say I wanted something to drink. I ain't come over, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of why that's why you can't be mad at what's called the Bible, because it's digestible food in that motherfucker. It's basic information.
Right.
Common sense shit. But like, yo, that kind of makes fucking sense what it says. Some people don't know how to sit still and say, you know what, I don't have anything to say. I'm gonna sit at the feet of the guru and I'm gonna learn. That's why society out of control too, because a lot of, when it comes to violence, a lot of individuals never had anything to demonstrate what's authoritative. How that there's a chain of command. That's nature too.
Yes.
There's always a chain of command. We just finished reading the book. That's a chain of command called a Kabbalion. That shit gotta fall. It gotta come from the all before you get into these filtered down demonstrations of what was once the all. It's no different than the Sefer Yetzirah, the tree. It begins with the emanations of each plane that the Sephirah is going to sit in. And then what each four plane represent? Fucking an element. Water, fire. It goes right back to that shit go right back to fire.
And see, I'm glad you said that about the chain of command. That's been on my mind also. I'm paying attention to Facebook is becoming such a headache. But anyways, just looking at some of the discussions that I had when someone presents a challenging idea, right? Because usually there are ideas circulated that everybody already blindly accepts and we already know it. And yeah, I just want to chime in my 2 cents of what I heard in a Brother Panic video. That's normally how it goes. When somebody sets up something challenging, that's where we start to really see those colors come out. The absolute thinking, nah, that's bad. Yeah, that's good. It's really difficult to kind of go in between. And yeah, the chain of command. When somebody can't factor in their brain, what we see is, oh, well, everybody just has their own unique way. Or, oh, well, this all just, nobody really knows the truth. We get one of these default ass answers, but it's like, you're not saying that because you believe it. You're saying that because you can't figure it out. But the truth is, there is a chain of command, even with the spirituality stuff. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean somebody is better than you and you got to obey them. No, what that says is that there's actually a structure to the spiritual system. There's a structure to it. Now, you may not have been introduced to it in a structure, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's actually rules to it. Now, that doesn't mean you can't do what you want to do, how you want to do it. That just means that if you want to have success and you want to go somewhere with this thing, there are paths carved out for you. You don't have to wing it. You don't have to just do what you feel.
And that's why I said some people may still need to be in church so they can learn those type of things being demonstrated within those type of structures. You understand what I'm saying? Don't just, most, like I said, you have to, it takes mastery of one level before you go to the next. It's like masonry. You're not a entered apprentice just because you weren't blackballed. You only a fucking candidate. You could be fucking kicked out, but like, I don't think this person got the characteristic of becoming a master. So you got to go from a candidate, an entered apprentice, a fellow craft, then a master. And once you start going up into the other houses, those are red houses. Those are spiritual houses leading to different veins of occult Masonic knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So most people never even seen it demonstrated in their Christian life because they never did anything in church. They just were church goers. They didn't say, you know what, man, I'm gonna find out what church is about. Let me try to become a motherfucking deacon in here so I can see what goes on behind the fucking door. And then you can understand or get to know some of these people and they can explain to, then you can see structure. And then maybe you won't need, and once you graduate from that school of Christianity, now you're going to something else. And when they be like, yo, you know what I'm saying, you got to play your part. You can't just come in here. You got to go sit over there, the little kids table, until you don't feel easily fucking hurt by that shit because you can't come sit with the big boys over here.
Right.
Well, yo, you ain't no fucking big boy. You don't, if you in the military, which I wasn't, but my family wasn't, explained it to me. You can't be a fucking enlisted man and go sit with the fucking lieutenants and shit like that, eating lunch with these motherfuckers.
You can't even hang out with them off duty.
You can't even hang with them.
They had different clubs. There was clubs for officers and clubs for enlisted.
Exactly. The officers do not hang with a fucking new ball head motherfucker coming in here.
Fucked up shave.
You know what I'm saying?
When they look, the barber shop area, that's an experience I'll never forget. They had everybody lined up with these 4 barbers that didn't give a damn. They sat you in that chair. Next, you got patches over here. You got spots. It was terrible.
They're gonna have fucking razor bumps and all kind of shit.
Oh man.
So it's actually good, man. People need what's going on, and stuff said it that this information makes this, it rears its head from time to time because it follows the season. Some animals go into hibernation. You don't see them all the time. I was trying to explain to somebody like, yo, you got to be careful with eating fruits out of season. That shit can get you sick because that shit is not your body. You got to know how your body operate and why it changed during the seasons and shit. My whole stomach operate totally different during the winter months. I can't be eating all kind of different type of shit because that shit upset my stomach. And I had to figure that out. But like, yo, I'm eating, it's fucking December and you want to eat watermelon, so you go to the grocery store. Where do you think this fucking watermelon come from, man? This thing take a lot to travel to get to where you at. That's why we actually got to get people got to really go to the next stage of growing your own food so you can follow a pattern of nature and you can eat according to the environment. You know what I'm saying? So that's.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Can you go ahead?
Yeah, I'm saying they're probably genetically modified. So they were created so not in the environment that they should. Cause I bought these apples like in the fall. No joke. They still in my refrigerator and they look brand new.
They be so shiny, don't they? When you go to the fruit and vegetable section, isn't it lit up? Don't it seem like it's brighter over there than it is in the, That's on purpose. That's called advertising.
Oh yeah. Advertising causes need.
And I'm not saying everything over there is GMO, but a lot of stuff over there is fucking GMO. So we gotta be careful. And a lot of that, especially when it comes to agriculture, living in Florida really taught me a lot about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not far from the University of Florida. The University of Florida is one of the biggest agriculture schools like in the United States. You know what I mean? So you can go there and take courses on basically how to grow. I learned from this older man who went there, and he was already a grower, but he needed to learn. He the one who taught me when I grew a garden. He was like, man, you know, you can't just be planting in this same place every year in that one spot, because you're going to deplete the nutrients that's in the ground. So you can only plant in one spot for like 4 years, and then you got to cover it up and go plant in a whole nother area. And that's how people populated the globe, based off of they were depleting the resources of their geographical area, and they had no choice but to up and leave. They got to go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? And that's like knowledge, like stuff said, that you can't have, as the human species progresses, so does the consciousness. The consciousness progresses. You gotta you gotta, nature knows when to tuck shit away. If you build a house and don't nobody live in it, it depletes worse than if somebody go in there and tear that motherfucker up, because nature gonna deteriorate it. Let some ants get in your house. How you think ants get in there? They crack the foundation of houses by burrowing all through the sand. So that's how you gotta. That's why we gotta break our life down, man, so minutely that we have to be governors of our own state. That's what sovereignty really is. When you are your own mayor, alderman, governor, senator, and you're the president. I'm not only a hair club client, I'm also the president. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's actually an integral part of mind control too. You maintain your state no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Maintain your state. What state of mind was he in? Why do you think we use those words? Going back to what we said earlier, that that information is right there. We say these terms and we really don't know what we're saying. A good tool to have. Everybody should have a Black's Law Dictionary, and not black like black people. His name was like Henry.
Yes, Black's Law. Yes, 4th edition.
You gotta have a Black's Law Dictionary. It will break words down. You'd be like, oh shit, this is no wonder they got us screwed around. They spelled your ass.
They did. They
put a spell on you.
Yes, and get dictionaries from like the 1800s too, because that's where you'll also find real definitions for current linguistics that they're still using on you today.
That's where you gotta, yes. That's one thing that I ate from the from like the Moorish Science Temple. They big on that, knowing words and jurisprudence, knowing how we as the populace in states and in countries, how we're governed. You got to understand the language that they speak.
Yes. Yeah, that's what Taj Tariq Bey breaks down beautifully.
Yeah.
Because we work off of connotative linguistics. That's what's used to bewitch us. But what we need to get down to is to denotative linguistics, literally what the meaning of the words is.
Yeah. So everything that when you deal with it like that, everything that's spoken to you is law. That's why the Constitution and the those type of writings, they stand true. You there is no room for error in the Constitution. They left no room for error because
That's right.
because the words that they formulated, the words that they put together was a formula for developing a country. Which of
Right.
course they studied the old formulas already set back by the indigenous tribal nations because they had a lot of them were republics. They just didn't use those terms, but they were governed as republics. The Iroquois and the Pawgasauts, all up in Connecticut and New York, them people were nations. They were governed by words. You ever watched you ever seen the Outlaw Josie Wales? Clint Eastwood old school movie?
No.
It's a great movie to watch. Old school, Clint Eastwood, Outlaw Josie Wales. He went to go talk to this Indian native man's name was Ten Bears. And when Ten Bears was gonna go to war with them. So when Clint Eastwood came over there, Ten Bears, he fucking put his death mask on. He was ready for war. So Clint Eastwood come over there, you know what I'm saying, and was speaking to him, you know, we could either have peace or all of us can just basically die out here, blah, 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 we got beef. So they basically worked it out. And Ten Bears said to him, he said, most men don't speak with the word of iron. He said, basically, because they was all being pushed off of their land during this time. Clint Eastwood is a scientist of making them old school movies. We just thought it was cowboy shit. No, he was showing you the construction of America during those movies and what they did to the Indian nations. So Ten Bears basically said to him, you speak with iron, not like the iron of the other ones, the other people that came and talked to us, their words just fall in the wind. So when we speak to each other, we're supposed to be speaking from a perspective of law. Everybody's a government. So I'm not to impose because I have an opinion, doesn't mean I need to impose it upon you. Didn't 300 was like that? That was a dumbass war the motherfuckers fought. Why you kicked the fucking messenger down? All this motherfucker did was come to bring the messenger. You declared war. That's what the Declaration of Independence was. It was a declaration of separation that was going to be taken by fucking war. So we got to fight our own self like that. We got to be, like I said, I got to look in the mirror and I declare. Christians always say that I declare and decree a word. You know what I'm saying? So once you take the pomp and shit away from that type of shit, you can be like, oh shit, it makes perfect sense. I should be declaring and decreeing words into myself so nobody else can fucking declare war against me.
Yeah. I declare and decree in the presence
Declare and decree.
Presence of the Lord.
Take it all back. The presence of the Lord basically is Vishnu that lives in the center of us all, or whatever, you know, saying whatever deity that you choose to say is the main deity.
Right. Because if you really know, at the end of the day, we're talking about a force that creates reality. If you want to know what God is, it'd be wise to study the etymology of Om.
Yeah.
Because Om gets pretty deep when you look at it. It's more than just a word and a sound. It's a formula.
It really is a formula.
Formula that describes how creation is what it is.
And it appears to be the word nama. Namaha seems to be a formula word as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you could use Om Nama as a mantra.
Very specific. They don't have that thrown in every mantra for no reason.
Yeah.
Is that something that's able to be gone into on here?
I'd
The
love
etymology of own.
shit. That'd be amazing.
And it's mathematics. And mathematics is the science of the physical realm, which shows you it's a science of, it's a deconstruction of God filtering himself. So if you want to look at it like that, a filtering, okay, there's a stele in Egypt, and it said, I was the one who became two. I was the two who became three. I was the three who became four. That's basically, that's talking about Atum, who was basically the self-created. In one myth story, it said he spit on the ground and he formed himself. Another story said he masturbated and he spat forth himself from his own loins.
Self-begetting is the key there. Self-begetting.
Self-begetting. That's basically what we're doing. That's self-realization is self-begetting.
What happens when you take the T out of a tomb?
You got Om.
That's self-begetting. That is the essence of Om. Desire is what causes us to continue this illusion, right?
Yeah.
It's desire that causes that. But what's actually going on is that Om is representing a 3-portion experience. This is also where we get the gunas. This is what makes up Prakriti. And in essence, it's generator, operator, destroyer. It's the dormant state of being pregnant. It's the full birth and manifestation. And then it's the decay that is leading back to dormant state again. So it's a cycle, right? It's a sine wave. But the thing with Om and with the Mrityunjaya mantra, while we say Om Triambakam Yajamahe, O 3 out of 1, we worship you. It's not talking about a person with 3 eyes. It's talking about Shiva, which isn't a person, but a state, right? A state of consciousness that is the supreme state of consciousness. And when we talk about this Om, it's that sine wave of down, up, down. But the thing is, before it even reaches that up point, it births another wave. And before it reaches its prime, it bursts another wave. And essentially, just the fact that Om happens, it's pregnant with desire. That's that pregnancy part. So it continues to self-perpetuate because it is death, birth, death. Every moment is pregnant with another potential. That's what makes it a fractal universe, because every moment is pregnant with the next moment. So when it talks about, oh, 3 out of 1, we worship you, it's talking about you're looking from a perspective of the highest state of existence, seeing that everything is this cosmic play of birth, death, and rebirth, and understanding that everything that can be experienced is that. When we meditate and we sit still with our senses, what we're noticing is that sound comes and goes, sight, it comes and goes, taste comes and pain comes and goes. This whole experience is that process of coming and going. But the thing is, we attach to the coming and going, and that's what causes us to suffer. It feels good, so we want to keep it. We want to keep it repeating. Om is just the realization of that whole process of up and down.
And Damarama put in the chat that amen, which is nothing but amen. So if you was to take the E out, now you can either have or you can have what? Om. So it all goes back to it. You know what I'm saying?
Primordial soup.
Primordial soup. Or as George Clinton said, cosmic slop.
Cosmic slop.
But it's just the human nature to get stuck on the gross materialistic level. It does feel good. It feels good, man. Think about having a good night. You know what I'm saying? You had a good day. You up. It's good. Because I vibe with that. I like it. That's why I said it's the change is not always just on the spiritual. It should be resonating physical as well. We should all be up. right now. Financially, all kind of shit. They be walking around the house feeling good, looking good. Like, yo, it's a great day today for me. I don't know about you. Jay-Z made an awesome song. He just said it's 99 problems, but you know what I'm saying? A chick ain't one of his problems. He was super good with that. And it wasn't talking about a woman. It was talking about bitchy situations, that bitchiness of life. That's not his problems. He don't got them. You shouldn't have these same problems that everybody else has. We too deep, man, we too deep into a cult, what we're labeling a cult. We're too fucking deep in that shit to be walking around here miserable. What the fuck you reading that shit for?
Right. And what you doing with it? Are you doing the work if you still, fighting with
broke?
You didn't come up.
You trying to open the third eye, but you can't open no wallet with nothing glowing in that motherfucker.
Yikes.
You got the game all the way fucked up.
Lack of data. I'm here to tell you, in this year of 2021, there are so many different ways to make money. Even if you're lazy, you can just get naked and cut on the camera.
Exactly.
Even if you're lazy, but if you got some creativity, and nothing wrong with doing it, by all means do it. But if you got some creativity, you can figure something else out. You don't even have to have a product to sell. You can sell somebody else's product.
It's wide open right now.
Yeah.
The universe, if you want to look at it from a base level, the gross level, the universe giving up, she giving it up. The universe is giving it up. Like, you want some yoni? Come, here it is. And boy, she backing it up on your ass right now. Because you know what's going to happen next? It's going to be closed up.
Mm-hmm.
You better get it right. People better realize, like, yo, this shit ain't with greatness. With birth comes what? Death. Every time it goes good, something has to go bad at the same time. That's all polarity. People don't understand the law of this shit. They too attached to the actions that are being demonstrated. Like, God damn, man. Nigga, please, man. I got fucking Mars in the first house. If you wanna get onto some shit, my shit Mars and fucking Venus. Mars got me all the way fucked up. Mongol Dasha, man. You got the game all the way fucked up. If you don't think that that I can get stuck too on a whole bunch of shit. When I'm up, down coming. And it's gonna come. That's just how it always been.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
But we've learned that
this information right now is wide open. The Magus Society wide open. Somebody asked the other day, I think you might have, somebody came into the Magus Society group and talk about it was nothing serious. It was like all jokes and shit like that.
Yeah.
You're right, man. Don't nobody what you think it's supposed to be. Fucking a bunch of tight ass, miserable people spouting all. Nigga want to laugh, man. People hurting out here. People stressed out.
You don't like it, go to Brother Panic's group.
He can cuss you out. Go over there with weakness and see don't panic. Fucking give you a wedgie, motherfucker.
Digital wedgie.
Panic will bully your ass over there.
Right. Going over there.
Just go into the Titans group with Darth. Darth got like 90 fucking Facebook pages. Right. Go over there and say something that sounds dumb and won't they tear your ass up in that fucking group.
I always got to complain about something. I wasn't going to kick him out because, it's whatever, but I went looking first how long he's been in the group. Okay, you've been here long enough to know better. I look at his post, nothing but bashing everybody. So it's get out of here.
Yeah, man.
Talking about you're not even contributing anything.
People should be living. People supposed to be living their life right now.
Right.
For some people, COVID-19 has been the greatest time they've had in years.
Hey.
Let's reverse it. This has been, and I'm, I'm saying, for people, for whatever they doing with it, there's people out here getting $20,000 checks for free. PPP checks and all kind of shit. They would have never got that if COVID didn't come through. It's all about what they're doing with it, which is none of our business.
Right.
It ain't my business what you do with it. I can look at it from a business sense, like, yo, hope you stretching that, because it's gonna come, because it's not gonna be up all the time.
Nope.
That's why if you want to get now into colorism and racial and stuff, that's why if they say us, we was black, we were kings, and what do you think, we're gonna be kings forever?
Right.
When there's other developing nations who are envious and jealous, war is always on the brink of war. That's why,
like saying, man,
stuff said
Blockbuster
earlier,
used to be on top, man. Remember
Yeah.
Blockbuster, man? Blockbuster used to be the thing, man.
Man, we was kings, and Blockbuster's out of here. That motherfucking DVD red box is barely holding on at Walmart right now. I walk by one, I'm like, damn, that shit looks so fucking dusty. It's like they blowing leaves on next to the red box machine. Like, people still renting DVDs?
He's renting me.
Like Stuff said, eventually that's why shit has to be written. It goes to the point where those who keep in tune with astrology and cosmology knew at a certain point, like, yo, we're gonna have to start cataloging some of our information, because we're not always gonna be on top. And if we want our greatness and our science to be known, we're gonna have to put it in words, and people will one day discover it.
When the wave comes back up.
And the wave comes back up. That's the Messiah. For them to get the story, and we only think that it's one savior for the globe, that one Vishnu, Brahma, all of they represent an energy that's a wavelength through thousands of people. So them thousands of people become the one creator, becomes the one all supreme God.
Yes.
It's not just fucking Jesus coming down in a fucking chariot. No, nigga. It's a whole bunch of Jesuses. You.
Right.
Get your vibe. That's why it says that you are the fruit of the vine. Nigga, it ain't no one grape on the fucking vine, dumbass. What kind of vine is that?
Bunch of grapes.
It take a bunch of people.
If it's got one grape on the vine, that's an unsuccessful vine. That's the failure.
Aleister Crowley became Aleister Crowley after he rocked with the Hermetic Order and the rest of the people. They built him into who he was able to eat from their plate. And when he got hefty, the nigga went and did his own thing. Anybody does that. Martin Luther King wasn't Martin Luther King by his fucking self.
Right.
And Malcolm X definitely did not become Malcolm X by his motherfucking self.
We could look at many examples of musicians who started with a group or a crew or whatever, then went off to do their solo career.
All of that shit. Jimi Hendrix wasn't originally wasn't playing no rock and roll. He was in fucking blues bands and shit like that, and different groups until you become a master and an adult and mature, and you go off on your own.
Speaking of that wave of energy flowing through people, I mean, pay attention to what's going on. This is a very fertile season, and that money
Oh,
is flowing. It's flowing. Notice how this big shift happened. You know, I don't keep up with no stock market or none of that stuff, but a lot of people came into a lot of money, right? That money is not going to stay there. It's drifting into other pockets like my own. But you got to have certain things set in place for that to happen.
you
Money
want to be
moves,
receptive.
currency. But if my uncle used to say this, rising tide lifts all ships. So you got to get your ship in the water.
Exactly. Some people don't even have a fucking raft, let alone a ship. You better have something. That's why you gotta be open, and you gotta be judging wise. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta see with your two physical eyes, and you have to filter it through the inner eye. You don't filter through your perception of eyes. You filter through the perception of inner intuition. So once we see, like you said, the patterns, those are all catchwords. Patterns and trends is what drives society.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't right now though? Isn't the new trend right now a mask? And as we speak, there is in development for new advancements in masks because they're going to attempt to make that a permanent thing. So you got to advance beyond these little these masks. You got to go beyond that. I want a whole fucking samurai mask. I'm gonna just start walking around with a whole like motherfucker. Rest in peace to MF Doom.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I was watching Avatar Last Airbender, and there was a scene where they went to a village of Earth Warriors and they had their faces all painted up. I was thinking, damn, I'm going to start doing that.
Yo, you know what I peeped today?
Yoshi Warriors.
Yo, I was watching. I peeped where he got it. I was watching Rick and Morty, right? And
Okay.
anybody ever watch Rick and Morty? They got one episode where Morty then took him to a planet where he was gonna get the stone. It's like a memory stone. You can see it shows you your death. And it was fucking crazy that they put this in the cartoon. But you know how cartoons is. So guess what Rick puts his stone at? This motherfucker puts his stone physically on his third eye, right here, permanently, so he can keep seeing his death, so he can get hooked up with this girl, the girl that he liked and shit, right? And when I was looking at that, I said, yo, that's what motherfucker Uzi Vert got this shit from. Nigga fucking is copying Rick and Morty shit.
Oh man.
It made perfect sense to me, man. I said, this nigga didn't put this shit on his fucking head, not for people, he didn't even do it trying to be deep. He did it on some Rick and Morty level shit.
Yikes.
But other people who would know, if you wanted to be, you could be utilizing it because that's a Bendu. So he could be using it for deepness if he was vibrating a different level. But I was like, nah, this nigga is on some regular fucking Rick and Morty shit, man.
Right. It's a funny world.
To see the demonstration of people's actions is it's enlightening.
I mean, books are a powerful way to learn, but another powerful way to learn is to observe the patterns that are already present. That's where you get to get that hands-on. That's the laboratory, because in college you got to study the text, then you go into the lab where you practice it. That's the real world. This behavior and these patterns and the media and how people are reacting to the media, that's the laboratory. It's amazing to me how we can see right now the media is going to continue to promote these stunts, whether it's the little Vert thing in his head or the new dude Nas X with his little pole dance and shit. There's always gonna be something sensational, always. How
And
do we
they
manage?
and they demonstrating something deeper than what we're seeing.
But we can't see that because how do we manage to get wrapped up in the sensationalism every time? We never stop and say, wait a minute. We get wrapped up each time.
Each
And we
time, man.
wonder why, the media is communicating to you as if you're a child who doesn't know how to take care of itself. You dumbass kid, here's a donut for your shot. Because that's how you're acting, so we're going to treat you that way.
It's always a blueprint for the pattern. Lil Nas X, that ain't nothing new. We done already, like I said, I'm 48. We didn't been through that with Marilyn Manson already. That nigga, that's all work you doing, man.
He did it much better with class and tact and entertainment value.
Marilyn Manson came out with a whole bodysuit, androgynous. He had nothing. It was nothing there as for sexual distinction. He was nothing. As they would say, I guess, non-binary. He been did that. That's old work.
Old work. And if you really want to keep it funky, it was being done before that.
It was being done before that.
Yeah. From the Bowie to
old
the
work.
Prince, all the way back.
Even what's the artist had the two different color eyes? He was married to Imam,
David Bowie.
What'd you say?
David Bowie.
David Bowie. He was on he was on that level too. Right. Full face of makeup, women. This nigga was wearing full gowns. All of this shit is nothing but recycled patterns, man.
Nothing new under the sun.
It ain't shit new. And Michael Jackson was the originator and walking around with a mask on when he was alive. And we thought he was fucking crazy. We thought it was because of his nose. No, he was walking around with that mask on because he was big in China and them other countries that been wearing fucking masks on their face. Somebody put Kiss. I loved Kiss when I was a kid. I don't know. It was the imagery. It was something about the group Kiss.
And where did Kiss get their shit from? Oh, man. I was so excited to find this. I'm going to have to show a picture.
My mother wouldn't buy me a Kiss album when I was a kid. I cried. I wanted the album. I saw the album cover and it opened up and it was so much imagery on there. I was drawn. I don't know why I was drawn to it.
Hell yeah.
Junebug starting a new pattern too. You seen his clothes? Nigga had a fly kimono on the other day. You know, shit was silky.
Right? Hey, I've been looking at kimonos lately also.
We're gonna commission Junebug to make us official Magus Society robes, man.
Check this out. You see these dudes?
Kiss. That's
you like the metal, and you see the whole like space demon type shit right there, right? This is what the mainstream saw. This is where we think it came from.
Yeah.
Nah, buddy. Let's go back in time just a little bit. Come on, Google. What's that? Uh-oh.
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yep.
Give it to you, baby. And they was always saying crazy stuff too. Put a little bit of sugar on your dookie, baby. All kind of stuff they was saying. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing new on the sun.
And you know who took it there too? Pull up a picture of Africa Bambaataa.
That's right.
Yes. I went to one of his concerts when he came here to Tucson. That was anything. That dude was radical.
Party
And Sun Ra.
Yep.
Yeah. A Sun Ra too. You got to pull up A Sun Ra. He looks just like. Look at Africa. Look at.
Yeah. Whole samurai outfit with the mudras.
With the mudra.
Party people. Yeah.
Exactly. Look at the picture down there.
Oh.
Sun Ra was on that same level.
Yep.
It was all recycled. It just kept going on down the line.
The only reason you'll think it's new is if you don't know what they say. If you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it.
Look, wait a minute.
Talking about
that's what I was about to say.
Before y'all was talking about we was kings, he knew it. He was king.
Hawthorne.
Man, that dude fly, man.
He
Dude fly.
It's this one video where he's walking in a full parade with everyone behind him in the full regalia.
He's so fucking awesome. And like all of his concerts, he was like
he had Tahuti.
Yeah,
he was, man, he was so fucking on it. Like that dude was a straight conjurer.
And that probably was like 1970. You know what I'm saying?
If you want to see your time, it's a literal example of somebody ahead of their time.
You know, come on, man.
Talking about we doing something new and fresh. Nah, bucko.
Look at Saturn.
You can look in his eyes and tell he knows something that you don't know. Period. Please.
He like, come over here with that bullshit if you want.
Talking about NLP hypnotism. Listen to him talk for just 3 minutes. You will be confused.
You'll be so stymied. Be like, damn.
Talking about the transmogrification of the melanoids of the C note scale.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
Go listen to some Sun Ra. Beautiful, beautiful music. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That just got me dying because the nigga got on the full Hawthorne. The Hawthorne.
You can't tell him nothing. You can't tell him nothing. He's walking around with this on his head.
You know what I'm saying?
When you reach that point in your life, no one can tell you anything.
Yo, he is the manifest. That energy is vibing. Where is that right now?
Bring it back. We need this back.
Damn, I would love to have that, man.
You think you bad because you got a big ass ankh around your neck. This man had Hawthorne on his whole head.
Nigga got a full Hawthorne outfit.
The little ankh ain't doing nothing. But yeah,
See
man.
what I'm saying, man? It's beautiful, man. You know what I'm saying? All of them, you can pull up the old David Bowie. Look at him. He had his own style going on. They all was dealing with free expression.
Yes.
See, that's what they did with music. They took out the expressive. It's just like right now, all the music. I had to break down to my daughters, but like, yo, you know, this song Beatbox that y'all keep talking about is basically talking about him killing somebody, right? I had to make them think about that. Like, yo, everybody is doing these dances and shit to this. That song is talking about chasing you down and blowing the back of your head off.
What song?
It's called Beatbox. He said when these niggas talking about knock your dreads off, that means he's talking about shooting you in the head until your fucking dreads come off. And he's only speaking probably about something he's heard about down and be like, yo, man, when that nigga got shot, man, that nigga's old dreads was laying on the ground. He done made a song about that shit. That's what music has come to that. There ain't no, there's no more expression that is making you ponder life and existence or beauty of it and all of that. when Tribe Called Quest and I'm gonna say Tribe Called Quest during that era, once that was gone, hip hop changed to a whole nother thing.
They came out around the same time as the Far Side, right?
The Far Side, they love and listen to the sounds of that they were using. The frequency of the way that the production was being put together during those particular times. That shit is not, they wasn't using auto tune, which made your voice, changing your voice to a different frequency. And I love music, I love hip hop, so I still resonate with it, even though it's low frequency, because I grew up in hip hop music. So it's basically, I'm still gravitate to it, but I know I'm wise enough to know, like, yeah, this shit is fucking trash right now, and still can bop to it because it has a rhythm. The law of rhythm applies to it.
And that's purely mechanical. That's not even, that's hitting us on that lower, just the body level.
Yeah. So my human machine is a human machine still attracted to it.
We talk about the way that it's changed also. Well, a lot of things that people who don't make music don't know is that before, music was made with sine waves. It was made with organic acoustic instruments, real instruments. Instruments produced sound waves. If you pluck that string, it vibrates and makes a wave.
Yeah.
That is no longer, right? Nowadays, it's all sampled, it's all synthesized. And I don't mean samples just like a little vocal sample. I mean samples as in it's a simulated guitar sound that is put into a keyboard. So when you press it, it's that one guitar stroke, but every key is modulated. So that dun, it's just one dun, but every note it's just pitched up or pitched down. So we're not even getting real sounds anymore. All these little sounds and all the music that we're getting nowadays are all square waves instead of sine waves. They're chopped, they're clipped, inorganic.
You notice that the music today, the people who resonate with that music today, they tend, like, this is how I think that it's somewhat how it's programming. But you notice how all of it has to do with an image. It doesn't have to do with the lyrics. It has nothing to do with, like, they're literally only using keywords and beats to supply an emotional response to an image, not to anything else. Like the other day, I heard this guy and he was listening to the new Drake album and he had that shit like blasting in his car. And he was holding his phone up through the sunroof to, like, I don't know, like show that he's driving on a road. Like, but like, you could tell that he wasn't even really listening to the music. He was simply just listening to the keywords and using that to strum up an image he wanted to create. Whereas before, people were listening to the words and using it as an incantation for where they were and how to rise up out of it. Like, that's why Fugees were so popular and huge. Arrested Development, you had Erykah Badu. They made sure that they formed a resonance and an emotional response from you through the whole message.
And they had a story. It told you something. The artist became personal. That's why we love Biggie, his song, you know what I'm saying? It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine when that whole rap is basically telling you a story, his life story. You know what I'm saying? And you could relate to it. He's like, it's not like he just putting something in your face, and then he stacks his money all the way across his arm, and then you be like, oh shit. Like these, you know, something I noticed too, a little in hip hop and music, niggas don't talk about their family. Where is the mothers of some of these guys who be rapping about all this bullshit? They really don't be like that. They come from very nice families. But as you said, the image is being sold that you got to look like this, you got to rap like this, and this because this is what sells.
Right. So because this is what sells, we have an option now. We can either look at this thing and feel some kind of way about it, or ignore it, or utilize it. Because as you know, in my estimation, as much as it sucks, it is the reality. And this is how the mainstream works. They work on keywords, they work on an image, and some type of emotional stimulus. That's literally all you need. You don't need to be deep. You don't need to be a genius. You don't need to be nothing special. If you can have that image, them keywords, and if you can touch that emotional stimulus, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
mind
Utilize
control.
it. Utilize it, or be utilized.
Yeah, like that was kind of one of the issues with Sublime. Like, so Sublime was during that time period where the illustration that they made was based off of a certain type of lifestyle. And like I talked to people, like recently I got into a discussion because he's about like smoking cigarettes, right? And these people who are smoking and stuff like that, they didn't want to face like health consequences of that or whatever, right? And started quoting Sublime songs to back up their argument.
Oh,
no way.
Yeah. So it goes to show that beats and keywords literally itch themselves into your belief systems. Like that's where you really need to be very particular about what you listen to, is because you literally are getting programmed.
And they used a couple of artists, especially when it comes to what's called hip hop music right now, in the image. When you see a lot of the cats with the shirt off and like that, that's the Tupac image. The other thing, Tupac started a lot of trends with the thug life movement, and just the way that he demonstrated himself from that. He wasn't just a rapper. That dude was a sex symbol, as they would call in Hollywood. Tupac was an image. He was a brand. Right. Before we, started even using it, he became a brand. So once he passed away, well, people who run music, they sit back and be like, you know what? I think if this artist right here was to do this and blah, blah, blah. It's just like Puffy is a gatekeeper. People don't know he's one of the people that's in the industry that can make or break you by not even, he don't have to. He's the one who told Andre 3000 in their first video to put on that Kango and wear that jersey. Puffy told him to do that. You see what I'm saying? So he created. He was like, nah, I think you will look real good with that. That's what you got on. So that's why I told people too, in the music industry, the higher up you go, you got to be comfortable around people that may be homosexual, because they are gatekeepers in music. You can't be going in there too hyper masculine, because they're gonna tone that shit down. The higher up you go, ain't 50 Cent toned down?
In one way or another, it's gonna be toned down.
One way or another, they're gonna tone that ass down. I ain't saying you got to participate in that lifestyle, because that is a lifestyle. But to go into the higher ups, to get from 60,000 throwaway money to get to the millions, you're gonna have to refine yourself to a different culture in hip hop. Look at 50 Cent right now. Ain't he refined? When that nigga got a fucking plaque on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yeah, but he also stays behind the scenes. Like, there's a show that he makes called Power that I have a horrible addiction to.
No, I'm saying I'm saying the higher up that he went to get into that realm to have a TV show. 50 Cent ain't aggressive no more like he was when he came out.
Hey, but then
That's what I'm
again,
saying. No, I think
somebody-
he still is. Like, I think maybe it's changed, but like, I don't know. Like, they'll mention some stories. Like, some of the people will just be like, 50's fucking weird. Like, if you owe him money, he doesn't care what the circumstance is. He's gonna call you out on social media or some shit like that. Like, so yeah, I guess it's refined in the sense that he's not going to your house and beating you down. But I kind of feel like a lot of those rappers that went into high class, they ended up forming, if they were smart, I think that they ended up forming kind of their own platforms. Because really, otherwise, like, you do have to sacrifice all your shit, and that's where the refinement comes in, is that you're dealing with a different, like you're saying, you're dealing with a different class.
You have to okay, like Paul said in the Bible, when I was amongst the Jews, I spoke and I ate like the Jew. And when I'm amongst the Gentile, I eat and I speak like the Gentiles. That's pretty much, that's what they have to do. Jay-Z's the same way. Jay-Z can never, his energy when he rap is not even the same. And then when he made the 444 album, that's when he was given, see, that wasn't Jay-Z, that was a Sean Carter album. There's different personas that these people can put, that they portray. So when he wanted to, because he said a long time ago, he said, I'm trying to get in their room where there's only 4 people in there that's controlling a lot of the business. For him to get in that room, he had to eliminate a lot of connections that he came from Marcy Projects. He couldn't be what they show, what they try to demonstrate is not what they demonstrate in that business world. They in that thing, once they do the European leg cross, they fully invested in that world.
European leg cross.
You know what the European leg cross is. Your balls have become desensitized.
Yeah,
When you can cross when you can bust that leg all the way the fuck over like that.
Yeah.
Like, nigga,
That's
you
an
wasn't
asylum
sitting.
take practice.
How the fuck you come from sitting on milk crates in the projects to now you got a whole motherfucking European bust down leg cross? Those are signs and they call them tokens in Masonic communication. Give me a sign, give me a token. That's what they showing you. Once they get, that's what I mean about refinement. They can't be so abrasive around certain people because you got to do business. You trying to make $40 million, that ain't fucking $1 million money. $1 million, that's bum shit. So a motherfucker gross 140 million, like $1 million. I just gave that away to the fucking Salvation Army. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, these things is strategically planned out and mapped out. Once you, like Travis said, you start realizing these different patterns and demonstrations that go on in these worlds. They don't even have no R&B groups like that anymore. They don't even make romance music that make a woman feel the desire of a man and shit like that, and a man feel the desire of a woman. Like right now, ain't nobody wanting the desire. They want you to fucking smash. Look at the language that we use. I'ma smash that. You know, look, you ain't supposed to be smashing Yoni. What, you fucking Hulk? So the people they be turning knobs and shit like that, fine tuning people. So like I said earlier, once you self-governed, they can't fine tune you. you could only play music. See, that's what make the platforms good, that you can select what you want to hear and make your own playlist, because radio is not going to do it for you no more. They don't even play old school music. They don't. When the last time you heard Tribe Called Quest or some old shit? Unless they play it on Old School Thursday at 12 noon.
Yeah, at this point, it's got to have been already in you. You gotta have some family member or somebody that used to listen to it or something, because you're not gonna discover it.
Yo,
It's got to have been in you, because it's not gonna be given to you.
rock and roll music ain't even like it used to be no more. I don't even hear rock and roll music no more. You know what I'm saying?
We're the bands.
Where the
Everybody's
bands at?
rapping now. Everybody's auto-tune rapping now.
And like you said, being that there's no more bands, that's why there's no more live instruments and music really like that no more. You know what I'm saying? Shit, Lizzo is a trained flutist. She don't even play the fucking flute on her album. You know what I'm saying? I would go into the if I was like that, you got your fame, Lizzo. Now start a platform like Alora just said. Start your own platform and make a classical flute album. Give me that kind of money. Give me Gorbachev money type shit.
Yeah.
You ever seen James Brown and Pavarotti sing side by side? It's a man's world. And he was singing it. He's singing it in opera, and James Brown coming down. It was the greatest. It's one of the greatest videos you could ever watch. They got a full orchestra up there, sweat coming down from the, you know what I'm saying? That they don't make that. Then you're not getting that no more, man. Chris Brown is considered, that nigga could be straight R&B, but he's mixing it with a whole nother thing. They don't got no, the whole frequency is being changed.
Right.
What has been changed.
And just from what I've been seeing about Prakriti, it's necessary. Like when I see what I learned about Prakriti from Samkhya Darshan and Tatwashudi is that the stimulus is made for the organ that senses the stimulus, right? Like the sound is made for the ear, the taste is made for the tongue. So that's got me thinking, like, if there's no R&B music to make a woman want to desire a man through the music, then maybe that's unnecessary. Maybe that function is outmoded, at least for now.
And
Maybe
you
that's why
know,
it's
see, that's why I said earlier, and I didn't mean to cut you, Trav, but it made me interject this. That's why, and believe me, man, I'm not against people's lifestyle. I'm speaking about the utilization of a particular lifestyle being placed upon the whole nation of people. So that's why they have to put music the way they do it, because even to have a music that sings or speaks only for one specific gender, that's not in the reality anymore. They can't just have an R&B music and a man singing he's serenading a woman, because that's, every man right now ain't serenading women no more. That's open. It's an open thing. So even the frequency of music, the frequency of lifestyles have changed, and they're taking that away, because like you just said, it's being what Prakriti is being formed into is being fed to the senses of people that are all going to be cloned and similar. No different than taking the vaccine. I saw a advertisement earlier. It said, for those who get the vaccines are so they can get back to their normal life. Only for those with the vaccine can go back to normal life.
That's it.
You see how they setting it up?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go back.
Yeah, and they talk about so that they could be clones, so that they could, be replications of the same thing. It's going somewhere, like it's a necessity. Like I cannot believe that man has enough power to manipulate the way that nature is going, because the impulse has to come from somewhere. But for the fact that this is happening the way that it is, it tells me it's supposed to be going down like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's some reason for it. If you look at how massive this thing is happening, how massive the scale that it's happening on, like so big that there's nothing that we could do individually to really change it for ourselves, for sure. You know, I'm not getting a vaccine. I'm not wearing no mask. I'm not doing none of that stuff for sure. But we look at the world around us, like what Laura said with the music, the keywords, the beat, the image. We can't change that. Like I could come out with some mystical music full of NLP and shit, and it would only be a drop in the bucket of an ocean.
Yeah. And you know what, too? Think about how many artists already have done that same thing. You know how many people, how many talented musicians have NLP music and conscious and specific tones and sounds, and that shit is in the basket of wherever. If they send it to a major label, I mean, put that shit in the motherfucking recycling bin tonight.
Kambada. You know, you heard that guy's music, right? And
Yeah.
there's all kind of folks, like you said, but also we know that it's not going to be promoted because the frequencies change. Even though that music right there could do it, it could really do it. The masses don't want that. They want to be cloned. They want the clone meat.
Here goes something else, Trav. In my lifetime, I held hands with everybody across the whole motherfucking planet in the 80s. It was called Heal the World movement. Michael Jackson and all of them remember all of that type of shit music was going on?
Yeah.
We Are the World and shit like that.
And all the celebrities in the studio, actors.
Everybody was all together.
Damn. You ain't gonna see that ever again.
I, as a kid, sung that with held hands, and we let balloons go at school and shit like that. That was a real fucking thing, man. That was
a moment.
They tried to do that Hands Across America thing, man, for real, like that was in that movie. Like that was a real thing, man, where people tried to hold hands. Yeah, that was a real thing.
They don't want nothing. They don't want, see those, and like we said about the energy, right now the energy is a separate, it's a separation of what they say from the wheat from the chaff. It's like a threshing floor. You gotta, like, they have these spikes and shit. You whip the wheat on there and it pulls apart the usable part, and you just left with the other shit that get burned. That's kind of where we at right now. That we go from that, even with hip hop, they had the self-destruction movement with KRS-One, all the rappers, fucking even Eazy-E and these niggas was in it. You know, them niggas was the most gangsterous hip hop group at one time. They took over the nation. NWA. It was, if you want to blame, it was them niggas that changed the frequency of music. And then Dr. Dre came out and changed it again with Snoop Dogg in the Chronic album. Being from Connecticut at that time and up north, niggas started wearing khaki pants when Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg came out. Dickies became a thing.
Did you have a pair of Dickies?
Huh?
Did you have a pair of Dickies?
I did not have a pair of Dickies.
Oh man, I used to love my Dickies. Them things lasted forever.
I had some work Dickies, but I didn't wear them as a part of I didn't do it. I didn't wear Converse. You know what I'm saying? It just wasn't my thing.
Oh man,
I love Nike Air Max and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So
I had the Converse and the Dickies at once. The Dickies,
I wasn't mad at it.
Dickies had a little side pocket. You can put your little your brick phone in. What was that thing called? Altel.
Altel, yeah.
That brick Nokia fit right in that little side pocket.
and that, see, when you look at the frequency, it changes. See, that's how they set trends and patterns. Going back to those words, how you think Crippin' and Bloods became an up north East Coast thing? When Dr. Dre and them when they opened up West Coast music, when it went viral, it opened up the doors for other West Coast things to go viral. You know what I'm saying? Now niggas is more interested in West Coast. What's Snoop talking about? This nigga's crip walking. That shit was new to East Coast type of shit. That shit opened up the door for that culture to become global. I watched the video some years ago. These dudes was in, man, I want to say Holland. Man, it's African people in Holland, and these niggas over in Holland crippin'.
No.
I'm talking about crippin' hard over that motherfucker, man.
In Holland?
Kill your ass over there at crippin'. In Holland. Holland, man. I think it was a whole documentary I watched, and it was talking about these African people that went over there, and they've been there for generations, and now the newer generation, man, these niggas is crippin', man.
That has nothing to do with Holland whatsoever.
Holland, man. You can't tell me that shit ain't that shit went global. Look at China and Japan. Look, walk around with afros and shit like that. That shit is all they love. American musical culture, rock and roll. You got Japanese Elvis walking around. niggas loving Elvis.
Yeah, America.
So I'm saying, man, we are privileged to have realized all of this. So now, once we take all of our studies, going back to what I said earlier, we have mastered the elements right now. Nobody involved with Travis Majors should be walking around being duped.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
You didn't been here and been around these people. You know what it's like, man? I'm gonna say it like this. Back in the day, you had a lot of good dudes who used to come hang out with us on the Ave. They eventually started doing Ave shit. You understand? Because they up there all the time. Shit, you might as well, go around the corner for me real quick. It's no different. If you hanging around Travis Majors long enough, you're gonna start doing some shit. You're gonna fall into the fucking groove of the magic. How you gonna not be reading these books? How you gonna not be trying to, especially if it's positive, how you gonna not try to change your life for the better, hanging around specific type of people? You got the game fucked up. You might as well go back to where you was at, man. That's why I said some people need to go back to church.
Yeah.
I just went to church.
Go back. You went to church?
I was the devil at church. What can I say?
I was horrible. Well, no, I wasn't really horrible in church. And I was a real church fan. I'm talking about my great aunt was the church caretaker. I'm talking about she had a whole apartment attached to the motherfucking church. I went to church with J.J. Harrison. As a kid, we grew up together. So that's the kind of people that I was around. This J.J. Harrison, one of the most, this nigga making albums right now. When shit's singing like a Kirk Franklin dude right now. So I was in church. Man, I got away with so much in church. I was so nasty as a little boy in church. Don't leave your daughters around me in the coat room.
Oh, man.
Satan is lurking in the fucking coat room.
I don't Devil's Playground.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, man, this shit is, It's too much wisdom out here right now, Trav, man. It ain't just not, it ain't about knowledge no more, man. You supposed to already been through the knowledge degree. You supposed to have been through the wisdom degree. You supposed to be on the understanding degree. You have to go through, all them degrees to get to 360. So it's 3 levels of 120. You gotta go all the way through the supreme wisdom lessons twice. 120. You're supposed to have it under your mind. You're supposed to have it with you. Supposed to become the supreme wisdom lessons. This 2020 right now. What we in April 2021? 10:43 p.m. What's today's day? The 8th, the 9th. And time is eating our ass alive.
What is time? I legit was doing my study and it was like 3 a.m. or whatever. No,
Yep.
I ain't gonna say that. Basically, I'm gonna say these hours, every time I look at that clock, a number of hours have passed and it does not feel like it.
You realize that, right? It don't just be like, damn, it's already an hour. Like, no, but like, oh shit, this motherfucker been 6 hours ago I started.
I wasn't gonna sound like I'm capping, but 6 hours. I look back and 6 hours had passed.
Be gone.
I'm like, this cannot be real. This cannot be real. What is happening?
And then you realize that what D said was right. You can't be working 9 to 5s. And I don't want to say that because that kind of sounds real biased to some people. I'm just saying, like how D said, I can't be meditating and doing that stuff you read about. I gotta come to work. You know why? Because especially when you read this Tantra and Yantra book, to work some of these mantras and the Yantra mantra, you got to do these things like 14,000 times. You know how long that's going to take you to do that? And you can't do it all in one day. You're supposed to do it for 14 days, some of these things.
Crazy.
Consistency.
So for some of the magic to work, you can't even be going other places. And people got the game mixed up. They think they celibate because they're not having sex with another individual. Brahmankara, which is the supreme celibacy, you can't even jerk off. Celibacy is celibacy. Like you can't even think of sex. The thought of the sex is sinful. So that will kill some magic. So the deeper you go into this shit, you gotta be like, yo, I gotta be so fucking pure. I gotta be so deep and shooty that if I'm not cleansed, my magic ain't gonna fucking work no more.
I'd like to get there one day, but no time soon.
Yeah. And I'm just saying that's a real level. So now you can do 3 days of none of that and still, you know what I'm saying, do some magic. Because I contemplate do that. I take that into concentration too, is what we've been studying now and taking it back to the magical practices of Michael Ford's books and all of that type, vampirism and the Luciferianism and things like that. And think about what we can be mixing, man. It's just the new crack. You can cook up a whole nother creation with Vedic science and your natal chart and the planetary mantras and shit like that. That's a whole new dope.
Yeah.
Like when you deal with the Mongala, that's dealing with your Mars energy. Mars is very, and we all know Mars energy, and especially for those who've been dealing with the Jyotish, Mars is some serious shit dealing with your natal chart. So like I said, so you already know, somebody who know, Christian would know when I tell Mars in my first house. That's why she said before, certain people always gonna have a problem. It's never gonna be 100% peace all the time. Your chart, you got to look where your Mars is at. That frequency vibration of what you getting from the way these planets are lined up. And there ain't no outward displays of spiritual systems right now. If you think about it, there's like no one main person out there that's like remember we had the law of attraction movement.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that was a thing.
Yeah.
Remember when zeitgeist was a thing?
Yeah.
Remember that? We don't even have that no more. There's no main thing. But you know what's being dug up? We didn't dug it up. You didn't dug it up. Like these niggas over here fucking with this. They ain't just fucking with spiritual science. They fucking with specifically Vedic spiritual science. And now being correlating that with all the other stuff, being like, yo, man, all these other occult groups, y'all ain't occult, y'all Hindus.
Right.
Y'all Vedic.
Right.
Occult really means Vedic.
The big reveal. The big reveal.
Oh shit. Y'all ain't occultists. Y'all tantrics.
Right. So that's why I'm saying people is like, oh, well, you just do how you feel. It's everybody's path is unique and special. No, you're following a system. You just don't realize it. You're a part of a system. You just don't realize it. It's not just do what you want. I mean, you can.
The system also has what you said earlier. It has hierarchies. It has a lineage. It has a particular way and form and pattern of practicing it.
Right.
Which nobody wants to do no more because they think that when a crawler says "Do Thou will" and Jay-Z had it on a fucking shirt, they think it was do. No, this nigga meant that shit on a whole nother level. Do Thou will is something totally different. He became a rogue. Of course, he's doing his own fucking thing. But you know what? He was still following he was following a tradition. He didn't create nothing. None of these motherfuckers created nothing, Trav.
Nope.
Ledbetter, Blavatsky, Crawley,
Israel
man, who
Regardie,
else?
Dion Fortune.
None of them created nothing.
All of our beloved names: Franz Barden, Ophiel. Ophiel was talking about the Tatwas. Love Ophiel. You've been such a great help.
I felt so sorry one day when I had went back and I was looking through Ophiel's books. It felt like an old feeble man. Like I was like, oh shit, I fucking it's like he got bullied because my mind bullied him because like, yo, you fucking stole all this shit from the Vedic. I felt bad. I said, damn, I just now bullied an old man.
Yikes.
Because I saw the truth. Like, you ain't create none of this shit, man. They had, and I don't really want to pass this word up, but I'm gonna just say it. They really had no integrity, man, because they could have had, because those books, a lot of them books, especially when it comes to Francis Barton, those books are extensive reading. You couldn't mention, and even though they do mention some things in there, you could have gave it. And I'm hoping I'm making an error. And it might be in one of the books. They might have mentioned Vivekananda or Saraswati, maybe, but they never gave the props. I ain't come across them giving props to none of them dudes.
I believe Initiation of Hermetics and Mystical Kabbalah, they may have mentioned a Swami's name, and you see yoga in there, but it's not like we derive this from. It's usually like, here's a quote from so and so, you know.
Yeah. Because they could be like, the systems that I created, I did not create this system. I'm giving an extension of my practices from my understanding that I formulated into a book that I'm writing. But basically, the information I'm putting forth comes from this.
Mhm.
No, they didn't even do that.
And at
But it's
first,
all good.
I wanted to know why at first, but now I don't really care because it wouldn't really make a difference if I found out why. All I know is I found the source, and that's what I'm focused on.
Yeah. I got to speak about my uncle. My uncle was in the Asara set. He loves it. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing, the Asara set. He never wants to hear anything about India and mantras and stuff, because to him it's all about Kemet. They do the same Hring, Shring, Kring. They do the same mantras, but they equivalated with Kemet. They don't want to mention nothing. And I was like, that's just crazy. Sounds like the same thing to me. No, nephew, I'm telling Kemet, and I'm like, I just have to leave it alone. Like, damn, even they got my unk trapped up in this shit too.
Dang, the same syllables, the same bead.
It's the same thing. They have Herukudi mantras and all of that. I'm gonna see if I can find one. I might have it. It's the same. It's the same things.
Cream, shring, cream. Triambakam yajamahe sagandham pushtivardhanam urvarukamiva bandhanat prichor mukshiyamamritat. Just to let everybody know, we will start. Okay, we got one more week of the Kabbalion, last chapter. That's going to be on Sunday. The next book is going to be taught with Shooty, right? So you got plenty of time to get it and to read it so that when the book study happens, you can participate with your experiences. That's going to start on May the 30th. That's a Sunday. May the 30th. That's when we're going to start the Taught with Shooty book study. So all y'all out there in the chat, you heard it, you know it. I'm going to post about it all the time so you won't forget. May 30th. That's when we're going to start Taught with Shooty book study. Now, in the meantime, definitely got some stuff planned. So it's not like it's just going to disappear, but just letting you know, that's when we're going to do the Taught with Shooty book study.
So check this out, Trav. You see that, right?
Yeah.
That right there would be, that's what they use in the divination system. The cards look like that. And as you can see, they're equivalated to the end, because you see it has it all lined out.
Yeah. Ong Shrang String Strong. So I wonder what that is. Ong Shrang String Strong. Let me look that up.
They just changed it. They just changed it to another type of thing. You could also read this. Anybody who interested, you could read this in the Metu Netter book, volume 1. This is for Sebek.
Ooh, that is. Wait. So the one you just left, the 9.
That was all set.
Yeah, all set. It was for the moon, and it was Om Shram Stream Strom Saha. Om Shrang Shring Trong. Yeah, that's for the moon. That's the
See, and then you got, this is Sebek.
okay. Hod, Om Brang Bring Brong. That sounds familiar. Yep, that's Mercury. Om Bram Brim Brom Saha Buddhaya Namaha.
You see what I'm saying? So once I started getting really, really into this, because don't forget, I told you, remember, I was studying classes in the Asara set. So when I started reading the Vedic stuff, I was like, yo, I said, this is the, especially when I had got my my destiny reading, he mentioned the word I am Namsa. And I said, well, what type of system do y'all use? He said, well, we use what's called the I am Namsa. And he didn't mention anything about Jyotish, Vedic astrology. So I looked that word up. And that's when I had got my chart from like Astro Sage. And that's how I started. Then when time went on, you know, saying you started getting into it, and everybody, I was like, oh shit. And that's when I stopped taking the classes with the Asara set, but I was still talking to my uncle, and I was like, yo, uncle, I said, this is the same. He was like, well, you know, nephew Kemet is older, you know, oldest and everything. And I was like, okay, I got you. But I was like, yo, man, this is, and these are actually from, this is what the cards they would use for the divination system. So each one of these is head, like they got head, and actually, when you got the numbers, these are the spheres, because there's a Kemetic tree of life. So each one of these deities represents Heru.
It's 11 o'clock.
It's not just number 6, he's the 6th sphere.
Right, which is Tippereth, right?
Which is Tippereth. So when you do, so Kemetic, he's Heru, and in the Canaanite tradition, he's called Michael.
Yep.
And the Kabbalistic system, he's Tippereth. It says it right there.
And his mantra, is it Om Hram Dream Rom?
His mantra, planetary mantra is Om Rang Ring Rong.
Yep.
And his spiritual mantra is Rim.
Wow. So right there connects the Kemetic deity, it connects the Kabbalistic reference, it connects the angel, it connects the Canaanite, and
all of it.
Vedic.
And Yoruba, because he represents Shango and Jakuta. And they deal with the mundane direction. Spiritual direction is west, mundane direction is northeast, time of the year, side, real, full moon, and Leo. So whenever the full moon is in Leo, and of course the Vedic astrology, that's when you can do Heru rituals. Because his time of the year is inside real full moon and Leo. And they got Herukuti. He represents the 5th sphere, which is Gebura. And in Yoruba, his energy is Ogun. And in the Indus Kush is Bagla Mukti. He's the sphere of the 5th sphere, and his planet is Mars. Bloom, the number, gems, you know, Hekau, his mantra, and the planetary mantra is Ong Krang Kling Krong. So that's a Mars. That's going to be a Mars. I think that's the Mars. Let me see, because
yeah.
And you can, like I said, you can look, you can go and see all of this is in the Metu Neter book. A lot of people got the Metu Neter, but they never read that shit.
Of course. Like most of this stuff.
That shit is heavy. That's not just a book to read. That's a real study book. Now don't get me wrong. The Asara set is the truth. Why you think they correlate in this shit with they just call it India, the Indus Kush region.
Could you give us the Bastet? What is Bastet associated with?
See, they don't have Bastet. See, Bastet is not Dilla. I'll tell you all all the deities of the Kemetic tree of life, starting from zero, but they start with zero. Zero is Amen, which we know is the Ein Sof. It's the Ein, it's the Sof and El. You know what I mean? So, and in the Yoruba, Amen is the deity for Amen in Yoruba is Oludumare or Olokun.
Okay.
And then the first sphere is Asar, and which we know is Keter in the Kabbalistic tree of life. And number 2 is Tahuti, which we know is Shokma. 3 is Sekert, and that's Bina. 4 is Ma'at, and that's Chesed or Gedula. And 5th is Herukuti, and that is Deborah. And 6 is Heru. I said that Tippereth. 7 is Het Heru, and that's Netzach. That's the 7th sphere. 8 is Sebek, which is Had. 9 is Offset, which is Yasad. 10 is Geb, and that's Mount Kuth. So they don't have best. So those are the deities or primordial forces that are that represents the Kemetic tree of life.
Do they have a mantra for the first 3?
The mantra for
any of the first 3?
Okay, Amen doesn't have a mantra because that's the, you know what I'm saying, that's the Ein Sof. But the first sphere, Asar, his he doesn't have that one doesn't have a planetary mantra, but he has a spiritual mantra, which is Ong. And Ong is nothing but Aum. Aung, Ong. And then number 2, Tahuti, his planetary mantra is Ong, Grang, Green, Grong.
Yeah.
And Sekert is the third sphere, and his planetary mantra is Ong, Prang, Pring, Prong.
Interesting.
And the spiritual mantra for what they're calling the spiritual mantra is what we would call a bij, the seed mantra. So his seed mantra is Kling. And Sekert represents the planet Saturn. And whenever the full moon is in Capricorn or Aquarius, that's when it's most auspicious for Sekert energy. So I'm telling you, volume 1 of the Metu Neter is serious, and it gives you all of these mantras in there.
Oh man, you finally giving me a reason to go ahead and get the Meta Netter. Finally giving me a reason.
And this is actually the tree, and I might have showed this a long time ago. They call their tree the Hebrew tree of life is called the Sephara Yitzhak, correct?
Sefer Yetzirah.
So the Kemetic tree of life is called the Paut Netiru, the realm of gods. And as you can see, if you look closely, you see there's actually a man superimposed in the back. It's actually the body.
That looks familiar.
Exactly.
The realm.
And he's sitting in the of course the Padmasana.
In the chat, Wayne M says in volume 1 of the Meta Netter, he brings up pranayama in the end as the big reveal.
Yeah. Yeah, breathing. And I think let me see, I might hold on. Where's my
Uh-oh. Matthew Watson says, wow, holy shit. I do remember Bobby Hemmett saying India and Kemet had correlations, but this is too precise.
and they don't see in the Kemetic terminology, they don't say India, they say the Indus Kush region. So whenever you hear them saying the Indus Kush, they're talking about indigenous India. They're actually going back to the indigenous people that they were called Dravidians.
Might have to do some more research because I wonder if maybe this area was connected, like an extension or a part of it, or that might be far-fetched, but what if?
It was.
Though it may be separated by space, what if these two kingdoms weren't actually, these two areas weren't actually part of the same area?
I thought I had a recording of one of the sessions.
Oh man, see, that would bring home the Kemet connection. Now all the questions could be answered.
And remember, I showed you on the globe, man. You gotta follow the man, Trav, man. Man, I know you got an iPad or something. Go to your maps and look at. Let me see if I can show it, man. On my iPad, right? You can, once you start looking at the map of the globe, you be like, yo, that's just fucking light work for them. Okay, right. Check this out. Let me turn my computer. So, okay, hold on. So you see right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what that said? Ethiopia.
Yeah.
What was Ethiopia called in antiquity?
Kush.
Kush, right?
The good Kush, bubble Kush.
What's exactly? What's right across the water from Ethiopia?
Indus Kush.
India, right there. Look at the landmass. They, you know what I'm saying? You see right there, boom. I'm telling everybody, go get a map or get a globe, and you can start connecting. You start looking at all, be like, yo, this is freaking. You look at it, is kind of makes perfect fucking sense. Now look at Egypt. Let me see. Okay, look at Egypt, and look what it's all connected to. Look what's right above it, all right there.
Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Iraq.
You see what I'm saying? And then you start, and then all of that shit is like right there, right?
Right across the street.
But this, hold on, let me go back to Egypt. Okay. You see that right there? That water line wiggly all right there? That's the Nile. That's Upper Egypt right there, right? Let's follow the fucking Nile. It goes all the way down. Now I'm gonna zoom it in. Hold on, I just lost it. Okay, here we go. Okay, see right here? See where it says White Nile?
Yeah.
That's the Nile right there. All the way down there, right? You know what area that's at? That's Khartoum. That's near the fucking Sudan. I'm gonna take you all the way down. because it's gonna say it. You know, that says White Nile.
Yeah.
Okay. Look what the area look like. It's all the way down there, right? I'm gonna show you how far that this thing goes. I'm gonna just get to the starting point. Because it now go all the way to the Congo. Okay, so I'm gonna show you it again, where it says White Nile. So I'm keeping on going down. We're in the Congo right now, right? Keep on going down. Anybody can go Google Juba. That's the White Nile too, down all the way down there. More of the White Nile. Now don't forget now, I'm scrolling down, but the Nile flows from south to north. It don't come from Egypt and go down. It go up towards Egypt, right? So keep on going. I'm keeping on going down. Hold on, I just lost it because that shit so. Okay, here we go, all the way down here. All right, this is where the Nile come from. I'm gonna show you. See, it says White Nile again. Now watch this. That's where the Nile begins. That's called Lake George. Of course, they named that after King George, right? Now I'm gonna zoom all the way back out so you can see where the fucking Nile come from. It goes all the way to fucking Uganda. Look at that's Rwanda down there. That's South fucking Africa, man. The Nile go all the way down there. I'm gonna zoom all the way out. Look at Egypt up there. The Nile come from all the way down there.
Shit. It literally travels up the backbone.
So like I said earlier, when you fucking because you know the Nile, they call it inundation, where it goes higher and it goes lower. That's all that did. When the shit started going low, and they knew that because you know they go by astrology, they got the fuck out of there. And when they wanted to go out of there, because you know that's Tanzania down there. That's the Arabian Sea, right? So they could have traveled across the Arabian Sea, and they end up where? In fucking India. That's light work. Because they traveled during monsoon season.
When the water was
they
hot.
they got water, they got winds, and the water at particular times of the year, the water would just pull you, the current would just pull you straight over there. So what I'm saying with this not India, and India's big. India ain't really small like that, you know what I'm saying? Because it goes all the way up until, you got to think that the culture, once you get into Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and stuff like that, that's where you get into a mixture of different cultures of people from up there, you know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is, you gotta, like we said, when we talk about this information mixed between Kemet, and that's why we got to be careful with putting Egypt at the forefront of every fucking thing.
Right.
That's a box. That's keeping you boxed in. So Egypt is so fabulous. People take it on face value, like, yo, that shit. Man, nigga, there's pyramids all the way down, up and down the fucking Nile. They just not fucking, that's just not information. They not telling you that shit. There's pyramids in fucking Memphis here in why you think in America they got a place called fucking Memphis, Tennessee, based off of the Memphis that they put over there in Egypt? Is the Americas a mirror image of that particular geographical area and continent based off of the Sirius star galaxy?
We do have the Mississippi River.
And the Mississippi River is about the same length as the Nile. So it's a mixture. All I'm saying is that you can't give everything to, you can't put all your eggs in one Egyptian basket, man. You know what I'm saying? And why you think that in the Osiris set, they could take each deity and correlate it with the Yorubas, correlate it with the Indus Kush and Egypt, because it's all the same shit. Like you got Ogun. Okay. Herukuti in the Yoruba culture is called Ogun. Because Herukuti, they both are openers of the road.
Ogun.
You know what I'm saying? So when you got you're dealing with the planet of Mars, the day is Tuesday, the color is blood red or purple. You got a number, which is 11. The gems is red, coral, or garnet. And the spiritual word or the beige is haling, ong, krang, kling, krong, and the spiritual direction is north, and the mundane direction is southeast. And you know something to us about the fucking Nile coming from the southern? That was a matrix. Those were ruled by women, Hatshepsut and stuff like that. Those were not pharaohs. And even the word pharaoh is a Greek word anyways, but they weren't ruled by men. Along with everybody's study, man, with this shit, look at the globe. Look at maps.
Things into context. The globe, and also if you can, just to maybe take a minute to look at the culture that these studies come from.
You know what I was happy to find when I was looking at the globe? Bihar.
Oh wow, it's a real place.
Bihar, India. You know what I'm saying? So it's really real.
Next to a place called Patna.
You know what I'm saying? Then that's not too far. Then you got Kathmandu and Nepal and Bhutan and all of this. So that right there is all along. And look at how far Tibet. You got Bihar right there in Tibet. Look how far Tibet is from up there. But they traveled up there, and that's why you got Tibetan monks. That the information gets filtered the further it goes from the source. And it has to be interpreted by the tongue of those nations. So it's not going to be practiced the same as it would in Bihar or West Bengal or Bangladesh as it's gonna be up there in fucking Tibet.
Let alone Kemet or America.
Or Kemet or America. We can't, we gotta be real with ourselves to even really say, like D, there's no way that we can practice these ancient practices the same as they did living in fucking Florida.
True.
In 2020.
True.
21, I mean. It's not gonna happen, but we're not even hardwired the same like that anymore. So really, so that's one thing they people will they you know saying we can get thrown off because we lose our direction when we start looking at these maps. You be like, yo, I can see where, you know, saying this shit is all fucking connected. The only thing that separates Morocco from Spain is the Rock of Gibraltar. And that ain't nothing but just a little pathway. Then you go from Spain to Portugal, and then you wonder how these people how you think Islam took over.
How far away is that from like Wuhan, China, and all that stuff?
Oh, I did that the other day too. Because then you got to go eastward. You got to go from Turkey, then Turkestan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India. Okay, so I'm gonna try to put it in. You got India right there. Then you got China up here, because you know that's all Asia. That's why when you go to the nation of gods and earths, they always say the black man of Asia.
Gotcha.
Because that's why he's the Asiatic black man. So basically, they're letting you know that from this continent, because we got to go back to Pangea too, because all of this shit was connected, that this is where all the source of information come from. It don't just come from fucking Kemet or just Africa. It comes from the fucking planet, all over the fucking place. So you saying Wuhan, and I have found Wuhan too, because I purposely looked it up. Wuhan. Which might be a trickery game, because look in the center of there and you'll see Wuhan.
I see it.
You see it?
Yeah.
It's in the middle of everything, right?
Yeah.
And they saying that's where the COVID came from, a wet market in fucking Wuhan, China. That shit is so far from anything. I must try to zoom it down so now you can see the difference between China and India.
The country itself almost looks like a yin yang.
You know? And then once we keep getting, so once we just look at that part of the globe, right? Africa and Asia. Look how big that shit is.
Jeez.
And now let's come over here to North America. Look at the fucking United States, man.
Right. Tiny.
But running, look at the United States. Okay, let's do this. Look at the United States compared to Africa. You can sit the United States in fucking Africa.
And even still with that, I'm pretty sure the US is a lot smaller. The Mercator map.
You definitely. So the whole thing, what has happened that this country rules everything? Oh, they caught motherfuckers on the downward curve. That's right. That's how these nations was able to conquer these other nations that was highly advanced, because they caught them on the downward curve. So history is a lie sometimes too, they took over places where people was already old and gone out of there.
Feeble. Or as
They
Bobby
just
Hemmings
walked. They just walked in like, yo, let me just fucking go. Let's go take this land, man.
They old. They ain't finna do nothing. They've forgotten their traditions, anyways.
You know what I'm saying? Like shit, they don't. We go over there. We trade them a couple goat skins, and they'll be good. Some
Or
people
imagine, it's kind of like how in the past they probably were trading and they were powerful. And there's a memory of them being so powerful, but it's probably like, hey man, they're not the same as they used to. You know, they got a lot of gold, a lot of nice stuff. The army's
you know
looking kind
why?
of frail.
You know why I like this globe right here? Because when I take my glasses off and I look at it real close, you know what they show on this thing, Trav? They show all the trading routes. It's kind of faded on that globe because I had it for a while, but they show all the boat trading routes and they show traveling trade. Don't forget about the Silk Road. These people have been trading with each other for thousands of fucking years.
Yeah, yeah. I like that what Mike said in the chat. That's why there's an old saying, they didn't take over the world. We just stopped ruling it for a little while.
Yeah. Because we became too tribal. We started a lot of, I can't say we, a lot of nations and clans started becoming too selfish, and they became decadent and they became weak. You know, a white supremacist argument for why they rule is to say that we know what African kings were, they sold your people. We didn't go over there and take them. We bought them. That's actual facts. That doesn't erase the fact that, you know, y'all was a pissy motherfuckers and y'all did some foul ass shit to the people. But the whole thing is you can't use that as your argument because keeping people in bondage is a global thing.
Right.
Yeah, war. When you conquer someone's nation, the people that you don't cut their head off, you give them a choice. Like, yo, you either bow to my flag and to our king, or you can go home to your ancestors, which is meaning you're gonna get death. And most of them people did not want to die at that time. They said, we're gonna go ahead and we will assimilate.
Right.
So when they come, a lot of people they wasn't that much fucking, they wasn't that fucking boss where these niggas had that much weaponry and they went in and conquered all of these stuff. Then people wasn't even there. Then people moved. So like they said, like they say, history is written by the fucking victor. Of course, then he's gonna make himself look bigger than what he is. Ain't that what men worried about? Whose dick is bigger than the next man and shit? You know what I'm saying? So right. Nigga want to say, nigga always want to be like, they got the biggest joint, bigger than, you know what I mean?
Pretending all the way up until the moment of sex.
All the way. And then your stamina fucked up at the same time.
At the same time.
Your stamina garbage. So now she looking at you like, let me go pull out the motherfucking rabbit or some shit and finish this off. I got it from here. I appreciate it.
It was a nice gesture. I appreciate that.
But all before that, you was God and all kind of, you didn't kill it with the fancy words. Mm-hmm. Action comes into play. You flopped all the way through that motherfucker.
Womp, womp, womp.
So that's the kind of study I be doing, man. I take that shit really like globally and I study maps. I be looking at it from all perspectives so I can understand how this information travels all over the place. And it ain't to always be about some white and black and all that. We just know that there's an actual facts to that. We was a lot of certain people was not globe trotting all over the place. We were not the fucking expeditionists. We were not the archaeologists.
No.
A great movie to watch. Go watch Shaka Zulu, because it'll break it down through film of how a nation is studied and then taken over. Captain John Smith and them stayed with the Zulus for like fucking 30 years.
30
They
years.
became fucking Zulus. You know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is, when they went back, because don't forget they were shipwrecked. So when they went back, they was laughed at by their own people because them niggas they didn't adopted the lifestyle, but at the same time, they was valuable because they had knowledge of the people and they wanted to take over. Shit, Shaka Zulu, his art of warfare is just as a study, no different than the Sun Tzu. So that's why don't let people box you into some Kemet shit. I love the history of Egypt just as much as anybody else, but I'm not small-minded to get boxed into that and think that's the only conscious reality, or that's the fucking lighthouse for the globe. Come on, man. You can do the science. I just showed you where the Nile come from, and they don't even tell you the real name of what that lake is. It only say Lake George. So that has a whole, whatever that original name of that water come from. You know what I'm saying? It's not originally called motherfucking Lake George, and it has streams. And then you got underground aquifers that connect that to the Arabian Sea. You got the game fucked up if you think these people, before how you think they even knew how to get up to Egypt? They was traveling back and forth like, yo, fuck it, man. Let's go see what's up this water and see what the fuck going on. Then they come back with mantras and all kind of shit. Damn. So if you fucking with the Magus Society and you ain't getting something out of it, you got the game all the way fucked up. You might as well go smoke crack. Go be a crackhead, man. bring crack back. If you ain't getting it by now.
Throw out with crack science.
I live in Ocala, Florida, right? Ocala, Florida has what's called Silver River. Silver River, or Silver Lake, is one of the world's largest underground aquifer systems, and it produces a certain amount of gallons of water, and you can see straight to the bottom of that shit. They got glass bottom boats that you can ride on, and they take you on tours. You can see straight to the bottom of these things. But the whole thing, a long time ago in the 30s, they used to make them old school Tarzan movies over there, like Silver River Park, right? Mm-hmm. So the man who bought it, he brought some motherfucking monkeys, macaques, over there in the 30s. And he thought that he ain't no monkeys could motherfucking swim. Well, right now in 2021, there's a whole population of monkeys over there in the Ocala National Forest based off they live. So that's another example how man introduces something to another area that was never supposed to fucking be there, and it survives.
And it survived.
Fucking monkeys, man. Where alligators at?
Sheesh.
I'm gonna take a kayak and I'm gonna try to go live while I'm on a kayak out there and show what it looks like.
With the glass bottom.
Well, I mean, I can get on the glass. I think they might have stopped it for a little while with the glass bottom because of the whole COVID shit. Shut the world down.
Mm-hmm.
But you can definitely still go out on a kayak. Alligators and shit be laid up all over there on the side, but you can look. I'm talking about this water is crystal clear, man. You can see to the bottom of this thing. And they got this another thing here in Cal. I just found out. I heard about it, but I just really read about it. It's called what is it called? The Devil's Den or something like that. It's another underground swimming area where people come from all over the world to learn how to scuba dive in this water. They got underground caves and shit like that down there.
The Devil's Den.
And they call it that because when it gets real hot, it's always steam coming from it.
I bet that water's nice and warm.
It's unbelievable, man. That's what I mean. Just because people start studying shit, man, you're supposed to see the world, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Broaden the experience.
Who don't want to go scuba diving, man? And go touch fish under the water? Just come on, man. I'm trying to go see a real live whale come out the water on some shit. I went to Clearwater, Florida one time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw all these kids. They was all over on the pier, and I went over there and looked, and it was a manatee over there in the water. Man, I got on my hands and knees with the kids and started rubbing this thing. I leaned all the way in the water and hugged the manatee, man. That's how excited I was to see this thing. I was like, yo, it's a fucking man. I looked at the kids like, yo, you see it? They was like, I know, don't you see it? I turned into a kid with the kids, man.
The sea cow.
It was a sea cow, a real one. So that's what I'm saying, man. We gotta live our life, yo. Earth is too big not to be experiencing it.
Right.
Oh, maybe I can show this too. Okay, I got a friend. He a truck driver, right? Yo, Curve may have heard of this. They got this thing out there that my homeboy said truckers know about this. It's called The Thing, right? And it's been over there for years. He said it's at a gas station. That one part of the gas station has like a museum, right? Let me show you a picture of what they got in this motherfucking gas station that is called The Thing.
You seen this before, Mike?
I have not.
It's in Arizona. I think you said it was in. You see that?
Is that a mummy?
It's a fucking mummy, man.
Oh shit.
Let me see if he sent me the history of this thing, right?
The Thing. That's the name that
It's
they came up
called
with.
The Thing. It said this is an ancient artifact discovered deep within the copper mines of Arizona. This display represents what the setting may have looked like when it was discovered. Of course, no one may ever know. So we are still left to wonder, what is the mystery of the desert? The Thing. That's what this is, and that's what they call this. So he took multiple pictures. This is it. It's a woman. It's a woman with a baby, and it had a hat and everything. Let me so get close. This is what they got over there in Arizona, man. The truck drivers know about this. Dinosaur bones and shit they got in there.
The Thing. That's the best name they could come up with.
That's what they call it, man. The Thing. Hold on, let me see. It says many rumors have shrouded the Thing. What if the story you just encountered was true? A story of aliens fighting dinosaurs.
Oh Lord.
And a battle that manipulated the course of human history. What if the Thing is the last remnant of a prehistoric cave dweller? What if it was the mysterious cargo that resulted in the sinking of Lusitania? What if the ancient alien artifact recovered through a daring mission in World War II? What if the missing link between humans and aliens from the other side of the galaxy? And it just goes into all of that type of shit about, but they found this thing in the Arizona desert, man. And the whole crazy thing is that it's a mother with a baby, and they then took it and put it inside of this area. I thought he had gave me the address. He took like 100 pictures of this thing. I can't believe it's this many pictures.
He was excited by that story.
But yeah, man, I just want to. I don't know why I even shared that, but yeah, that's over there. Because Curve lives in
Vegas.
in Vegas. Somebody lives in Arizona. Don't Kenya live in Arizona? Kenya, don't you live in Arizona?
I think that's Alora.
Alora lives in Arizona.
Yeah, I live in Nashville.
Oh, you in that?
She's on the East Coast with us.
Okay. So Alora can go see
The Thing.
the Thing. And look at this here. Remember, I was just speaking about the Osiris set, and this is just this, as they say, this is my receipt right here. You see that Ra Amen? That's the author of the Metu Neter. He sent me an email because it says the 2021 Osari initiation is now in progress. Remember and keep in mind that the Osarian initiation is the main instruction to society members, and it is mandatory for membership in the priesthood. This year's classes are focused on your financial success, family, and health well-being. So, you know what I'm saying? I got some classes that I actually already been taking. I really rock with the winter solstice. You know what I'm saying? You do chakra balancing, and basically it's basically shooting. That they're not calling it that.
Which sounds like is a necessary preliminary step.
Like I said, it's deep, man, because Ra'omen Nefer, who is actually who they call Shakem or Shakem, is They on some deep shit.
Oh shit. Hold on. I thought oh shit.
Yeah, man. I think that the vibe right now is definitely one of tuning into the focus and purifying the self, because it doesn't matter what hot shit we learn or read about, it starts to become very difficult to apply if the headquarters isn't situated properly. And that's why I really want to dive into talk with Shooty like this, because this has got to be the best grounding exercise that I've ever come across. You know,
Mm.
the foundation has got to be right. A lot of people are having inconsistency with their magic and their spiritual work. It seems like because number one, they lack focus, and number two, because their foundation isn't sturdy. So
Mm.
they bounce from technique to technique and system to system, not getting anything accomplished, maybe hit and miss results. But if that foundation ain't right and the focus ain't in place, you might as well. It don't matter what you do. You could be going to church and still not having results.
You're right.
So for those of you who are new, like you, Kid Max, this is where we're going next. Talk with Shooty. Like I mentioned, we will begin May the 30th, which is pretty much the first Sunday in June. But just to kind of give you all a heads up as well, in the meantime, in between time, I'm taking this time to do an intense focus. I bought a lot of books in the past past couple months, so I'm gonna spend the next 6 weeks reading all of them. All right, and I know I did like a little mini survey. I'm gonna do another one just so I can get a bit more, just to know where everybody is at. But it seems like a lot of people feel like focus and concentration and that kind of thing is a challenge right now. So I think it'd be a great idea to spend the next 6 weeks focusing on that. So I'm gonna do what the internet people do and host a little challenge. It's gonna be a 6 week challenge. I'm gonna give details on it, but mainly it's gonna be with the premise to help establish a routine of focus. So I'm practicing a few different techniques for focus, um, but for the next 6 Sundays after this next book study on the Kabbalion, um, it's going to be more or less different study sessions. But like I said, I'll be giving more information on that. A lot of sixes, right? And if you guys have been keeping up with astrology, you'll notice that something there's going to be a very nice alignment in June. So I've set this up with a lot of sixes. It's going to be 42 hours, which adds up to 6 weeks. And what I would like for you to do as part of this is to locate 3 sets of 2s. So the first set will be 2 books that you'd like to finish within the next 6 weeks. The next one is 2 long-term goals and have them clarified, right? May not have them solved within the next 6 weeks, but by the end of the 6 weeks, have the step by step at least clarified in your head of how you think that you're going to get there. Of course, it's going to change, but having that clarity allows you to apply it better. And of course, the last set of 2, 2 subjects that you want to dive into a bit more, whether it is astrology, whether it's NLP, whether it is yoga, Ayurveda, working with the Goetia, whatever. Because I know that a lot of you guys have a million subjects that you're always like, oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I want to learn tarot today. I want to learn Kabbalah today, right? Pick just 2 to focus on for the next 6 weeks. And yeah, I'm setting up this challenge. Like I said, the details will be out a little bit more, but just a heads up, this is going to be kicking off right after this next book study on the last chapter of the Kabbalion. So hopefully by the end of that 6 week period, you will have finished 2 books. Maybe one of them could be taught with Shooty. but also started a routine of study, because a lot of people don't have a routine. A lot of people don't know what it's like to actually sit down and be consistent. So this will be an opportunity to actually see other people and maybe doing it together, to have that sense of, community or whatever, if that's what you need. Personally, I plan on reading about 7 books in that time frame, because I'm gonna be yeah. Grace says, "Ha, that's me." I was specifically thinking about you, jumping from this to this to this to this. Pick just 2 things that you're gonna be working on for the next 6 weeks, and watch how far you get. Watch how far you get. But like I said, more details to come. I got to come up with a cool name for it. I want to call it like the hyperbolic chamber, but everybody doesn't watch Dragon Ball Z. The transformation chamber.
You know something I was thinking about too, Trav?
Mm.
That everybody should pay close attention to their peak hours. There's particular times that your body peaks that you feel really focused. You gotta. Sometimes a lot of people are not aware of it. That there's particular times that you might can absorb information. You might can sit and read through 3, 4, 5 chapters straight. Then there might be times where you have to force yourself to really get a book. You got to get comfortable and you put some music and all of that. Those may not be your peak hours, because we operate, as Trevor was doing earlier, we operate on a ebb and flow of energy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something I advise people to is to take inventory of yourself and know that some people really get, the mind is really fresh for some people early in the morning. So if you start waking up earlier in the morning, you can take advantage of that and do some study. Or some people may peak at nighttime,
Yeah, that's a good idea. I had to write that down. That's something that definitely should be taken into consideration.
Because I know you probably feel it sometimes, like, damn, I'm just feeling like you may not even, like I said, it may be an unconscious thing that a particular time of the day, shit, it may hit 1 o'clock. That might be your peak hour. You might start doing it. It's no different than you got it when you start getting into Ayurveda lifestyle. You got to start realizing your digestive timing. At a particular time, you can't eat no more, because you have to let your body go through its 6, 7 hour or maybe 5.5 hour process of digestion, so you can go through your intermittent fasting phases, where you don't want to be in start a fast and your body's still digesting some shit from 2, 3 days ago, because some people constantly eat and their timing be overlapping between digesting and eating. So their body is in a constant digestion process while they sleeping, while they up, and they wonder why they be feeling tired. You're tired because all your fucking blood and body concentration is focused on the intestinal tract.
Yeah, that's another
So
thing.
that's a
consideration.
So another thing is too, that's how you can figure out your peaks when you are, operating. Or you can take it even further, is you can deal with it with the astrology. Certain times of the day, it'd be, Mars rules or Jupiter rules particular hours. And if you figure out that when you peak, it might be during in Jyotish it's called hora, meaning time, or the hour. So during particular planetary hours, that might be when you need to study.
Wasn't it you that suggested to me that it would be maybe a good idea to test out your birth time, since we've been looking at birth time? Yeah, and see if your birth time might be a good time.
Something I always thought about too. If you be around pregnant women, the baby in the stomach be active during certain times.
True.
That might be a pattern you might be following during your lifetime. You might have been a baby in the womb. You might have been up from 11 p.m. to 4 o'clock. The mom can't even sleep. Like, oh, that baby was kicking me all night. And then you get older in life, and you might be the person, and you might be a fucking night owl, and you don't realize, like, yo, that was the same time that you was up in the womb.
Right.
So these things become unconscious. Those kind of be like memories. Like I said earlier, I'm trying to pull up is in utero memories. What was I thinking about when I was in the fucking womb? So that might, the stuff like that can really go good with an individual because it's know thyself.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can force you. Like Trav said, he just now set down a good a good platform, a good program, but he can't make and no one do it. It got to be something that a person has to want to do, but they also got to have a inner dialogue, maybe even an outer dialogue. Look in the mirror and verbally talk to yourself. Like, dude, what's up with you, man? Like, I mean, like, you don't want to better yourself? Like, damn, you talk to yourself. And you may figure out, but like, yo, I'm not really just at 3:00. I don't want to read at 3. But what time do you want to read? I like to read at 6. Now you can figure out a pattern for yourself that turn your fucking phone off too. People don't realize they're getting addicted and trapped into their phones. They always feel like they gotta have their phone on. I guarantee you when Drive read, he is not fucking with people. Like you don't care how many emails has been built up. Like, yo, I don't talk to nobody when I'm fucking reading. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I have to leave it downstairs. I have to.
That's the process that we have to do with our own self. So if you think he says pick 2 books. Now you know how hard it is for a person to read through a magazine.
It's 12:00.
Some people don't even read the articles in a magazine. They just look at the pictures.
Oh man. Oh man.
So people got to really find their peak hours.
That's a big help. I know for me, I've always been a night owl, and I couldn't always be a night owl because of work and school and shit, but I always knew that the midnight hours was the best times for me. And I see that now. Like, I pretty much sleep through the day and I stay up throughout the night reading, and I love it. Nobody bothers me because everyone's asleep.
Yeah, exactly. I don't read through the night, but I wake up early.
Mm-hmm.
I try to get up at least an hour, and so I really follow the Brahma Murti. So I'm up at the Brahma Murti. I'm up before first light. So when I look at and I use these little apps, you know what I'm saying, sunset and sunrise app to let me know that first light is at 5:45. I mean at 6:45 tomorrow morning. I'm up 4:45. Those be hours where they call them. That's when you can be close to God, as they say, like in Islam. Those be them auspicious times where the earth is really at its stillness. A lot of things go on at 4:45 a.m. So you can use those hours. Well, really, those are times that you meditate. But if you can get that in, maybe at a 6 a.m., you can read a little bit, something that gives you some energy to contemplate throughout the day. That's gonna drive you. I prepare for my day I really prepare for the next day at night, but when I'm up at 4:45, I'm already prepared for the day. So I already know what I'm going to do. I plan it out what I'm going to do, so nothing does me.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever the world wakes up and I go out there and do what I got to do, I'm not sucked into no I won't become modified when I go out there or get thrown off task. Like, damn, I was supposed to be fucking doing this. Now I'm ending up at the playing fucking pool at a bar some fucking where. Like, how the fuck did I get here?
Yeah. you know what comes up in my head every time, the first that first chapter of Durana Darshan, when I start to get distracted, I just think how he talked about a focused mind is a mind that sets about to do something and actually does it.
And actually does it. Yeah.
Sets a goal and does not complete it. That pops up in my head every time I get distracted, and I cannot stand the idea of having a weak mind.
And that's your inner dialogue. You don't like that part of you. That part of you was weak. The person that you let your a dissipated mind is a weak mind. You're fucking watt. You only fucking 2-watt light bulb if you do dissipate. You ain't lighting up shit. And you shouldn't like that part. Everybody should look at that part of yourself like, man, I hate that. You're supposed to fight again. That's your enemy.
That's your enemy.
That's who your enemy.
Not some
it ain't the fucking white man.
Right. Not some white guy with a garden.
It ain't Karen.
It ain't Karen.
Even though nobody wants to come across a Karen with her bullshit, I'm just saying, she ain't the enemy. The enemy is your own inner self making you be like, man, I'll just fucking do that shit tomorrow.
Right.
It's fucking 2:00 in the afternoon. You got all the way. Get your ass up and go do some shit, man.
I don't feel like it. That's your enemy.
So that's why you can't really be mad at a lot of celebrities who be looking good. A lot of them don't be getting no body augmentation. They be fucking busting their ass in the gym when they don't feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
Crunches. Be like fucking, if they be at the Brew and Mercury hour in the gym.
Because they understand, like, their body, their physique, it fits in line with their values. They understand that they are a product, and part of their product is to look the part. So that's in line with their values. If they don't get up
part of their job.
Likewise, me reading all the damn time, that's part of my values. It's not just something I do for fun. I do it because it's attached to what I want out of life.
It's valued to you. We lose vision of the things that are truly valuable or has worth. Sometimes we value other things that does not have a lasting value. You should see yourself as having a value to the point that the things that you do adds more value to yourself. And you take care of the things that is important to you. Has to be first yourself. How you gonna lead somebody if you can't even fucking lead your own self?
How you gonna lead somebody? You can't lead yourself.
You can't resist the smell of that good food. Like, fuck it, man, let me get some.
Right.
Like, nah, I'm good. Fight the hunger. Let your stomach growl and all of that, because those are number just indicators of body weakness. You ain't starving to death. So that's going to be a whole nother growling of, if you were starving to death, you already have been sick. There'll be a whole bunch of other shit going on. Fucking your heart palpitations and all kind of weird shit be going on with you. Half the time we eat just to satisfy boredom, like your body used to doing something.
Mm-hmm. See,
that's like I just smoke cigarettes, right? And smoking cigarettes really is something. It's like a bridge into the next thing. You be bored and shit, you just light a fucking cigarette. It gives you something to do. You just hand movement, you're putting it to your mouth and boom, and then you just throw it away. That should be routine.
Right. Just like the Black and the Milds. And not to mention you get a little buzz off of it, so it's starting to anchor in that addiction aspect.
Niggas take that shit seriously. They be freaking it out, taking the inside paper out and repacking it in. That should become a ritual.
Yeah.
I remember some niggas used to melt the whole plastic tip and stretch it and all kinds of stuff. Yes, man.
I take it out. That was extreme to me, but some people do it. But melting the tip to stretch it.
Melting the tip and making it thin and long, all kind of dumb shit I seen people do with Black and Miles.
That's nuts. It's gotta be.
Yeah, man.
Some people got it to a science, boy. They get that smooth pull with no resistance whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Science after years and years of freaking it just right.
So just think about that. Think about, okay, every individual, like you just said, you just gave a platform, right? Mm-hmm. Every person should think, how much bullshit do you do in one day? How much bullshitting do you do? Replace that bullshitting with reading them 2 books. Don't jack off tomorrow. Go pick up the book.
Don't jack off until you put your work in.
Exactly. Let that be a treat. Start treating yourself to that. Don't just do it out the monkey mind. Boredom. Let me go. Nah, man.
Don't finish reading it, then you don't get to do your thing.
Yeah.
That's how you can use your body urges in your favor, because you know you're gonna do it anyway. Why not utilize it, harness it?
See, everybody should have some ownership of something. When you have something that you have to take care of, then you start thinking like that. You don't even suppose, like me, I was to a point, I don't really eat breakfast until I take care of stuff, and then I can sit back and relax. That's why I don't be taking naps. Sometimes I be tired, like, damn, I feel like, you know what I'm saying? But I be feeling like a nap, I'm gonna miss out. Like I'm like there's something that I should be doing. Like I could be taking care of something besides taking a fucking laying down, really taking a fucking nap. I feel like I don't be deserving that.
Right. I do the same thing. And it's even worse when you know when there's something that you want to accomplish. And when you sit down for that nap, it's like, man, I can still do XYZ to get closer to my goal. Let me get up.
You know why too? Because think about you're supposed to be taking a nap. That motherfucker turn into full slumber. You wake up 5 hours later, but like, God damn, it's fucking nighttime.
Yep.
Like I was supposed to go to the fucking. You didn't miss the whole day. Especially if you work for yourself. So I work for myself, so I don't have to necessarily go. I don't have to wake up at a particular time and say I need to be to work at 8. That's something I stress that for everybody. Please take control of your time, man. Life is so much more better when you are able to control pieces of your own time.
Right.
You're not forced to be somewhere at a certain time.
It's not easy if you don't know how to do it, of course. But you know what? You can get there. There are so many people who have done it and who have left breadcrumbs to show you how to do it. I've been trying to do it for 5 years. I didn't give up because it was hard. I got it in the 5th year. So if it's something that you want, it's going to take some time to get used to. It may take you 2 years, 1 year. But how long it takes shouldn't be the focus. The focus is I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right. So maybe during this little time period that I'm about to set up here for the focus, maybe one of your goals could be how to clarify to go from working at this job to working for myself. At least if you get that step-by-step plan, you'll have something to work with.
You can take some money, invest in yourself. That's what it is. Invest in yourself. Take your check, pay yourself first, and what's left over, you're supposed to pay your bills. I learned that from a guy who owned like several companies, rent to own companies. He was like, "Me, you're supposed to pay yourself." I pay myself first. And he got to the point where he pay all his bills, his electric bill and shit be paid up for the half of the year.
Nice.
So now he got that money to go sit back to it or invest it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Or be like Bobby Hemmett and then just don't pay your bills until they turn your lights on.
Or don't be like Bobby Hemmett and have all your bill, everything turned off.
Like what you said about how much time do you waste bullshitting? You know, I was thinking back to when I was drinking alcohol crazy. I was spending $200 a month just to drink some booze and piss it out. $200 a month. That's a lot of money. So when I stopped, I was able to take that same money and reinvest it in myself. It wasn't until I stopped drinking that I was able to, do the whole entrepreneur shit, because I now had time and that money I was wasting. What money are you wasting? What time are you wasting?
How much of your life, how much of this waking hour of your life, which you're dying anyways, you're basically dying. So imagine if you go to your primary care doctor and they come in there with that face. You know the face like this. And then they shuffle in the paperwork and be like, it's really sad for me. I didn't want to tell you this, but you have a very aggressive form of cancer, and I just want to say you might have a year to a year and a half left.
Yikes.
I'll give you some time to think about that. What the fuck are you gonna do? Are you gonna try to live your life at the greatest, or are you gonna go home and be street and be guilt and fucking sick with worry now? That's the type of shit. How many minutes are we wasting of our life when we could be adding value to ourselves? That's why a lot of people don't have no wealth or don't have no finances, because because they don't show any care to the individual who wants this fucking finances. You think the law of attraction works like that? You don't even value your own body. How you gonna get some money?
Yikes.
You don't think the elements work like that? Why do you think money is called currency? I just showed you the whole Nile. Ain't that a current?
Mm-hmm.
That current flow from south, and look at how it advanced as it went upward.
More and more bountiful.
That shit got, as it went up and up, the motherfuckers got more mysterious. We don't know. They want to tell you aliens built the fucking ancient Egypt. That's how deep they went. You know what I'm saying? But like, yo, man, we keep it going. We don't value our own self. So how is value going to be attracted to us? Shit, it mentions all of that. And this is a book, and you can see I didn't read this motherfucker a lot. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
Look at the cover.
This is a hell of a book that everybody should be reading, that will give you some insight. Shit, this might be a book, Trav, that people could add to their 2-book reading.
I'm gonna make a list of suggestions. I want to make this foolproof. I want to make it an easy way for somebody who's serious and may not know where to start. This is a no-brainer. If you want to get a little bit of discipline and focus, follow this pattern. You will get something done in 6 weeks. If you feel behind, if you feel stuck, if you feel like you can't keep up, if you feel like you don't know where to start, if you feel like you're not making progress, don't come with no excuse talking about, oh, well, I don't feel like doing this challenge. Huh?
Then like I said, this book got some deep shit like faith, visualization of, and belief in attainment of desire. And this is the second step towards riches. It says faith is the head chemist of the mind. When faith is blended with thought, the subconscious mind instantly picks up the vibration, translates it into its spiritual equivalent, and transmit it to infinite intelligence, as in the case of prayer. The emotions of faith, love, and sex are the most powerful of all the major positive emotions. When the three are blended, they have the effect of coloring thought in such a way that it instantly reaches the subconscious mind, where it is changed into its spiritual equivalent, the only form that induces a response from the infinite intelligence. All of those words sound very familiar, don't they?
Yes.
And you got to think Napoleon Hill wrote this book first copywritten in 1937.
So basically, he's talking about tantric visualization for Christians.
And this is the faith, because he has a whole chapter already on visualization. He starts off with thoughts are things. Then he goes into the second chapter is desire. The third chapter is faith. The fourth chapter is auto-suggestion. The fifth chapter is specialized knowledge. The sixth chapter is imagination. The seventh is organized planning. And then he goes into mastery. He even talks about the mastery of procrastination, persistence, power of the mastermind. This book, man. Like I said, look at my copy of this book, man.
Pages folded inside out.
That shit is buckled over. Like if this was a saddle, I would need a new saddle, man.
That's how
so
you know.
This book got gems. I'm talking about there's gems in this book, man.
How many pages is it again?
It's 254, something like 254 pages.
So no, I read How to Win Friends and Influence People. And that was literally a life changer for me.
That's a good one too.
I don't think I've read that one.
That's Napoleon Hill's first book, I think. Isn't Napoleon Hill wrote? And you know something about this book was actually there's another book. I got it on my iPad. I can't think of the name.
The Think and Grow Rich book is on audio book on YouTube.
Yeah, and that's good. That's a good book to go to put it on, and say before you're about to go to sleep, too. Now look what it says: the one thing over which you have absolute control. You have absolute control over but one thing, and that is your thoughts. This is the most significant and inspiring of all facts known to man. It reflects man's divine nature. This divine prerogative is the sole means by which you may control your own destiny. If you fail to control your own mind, you may be sure you will control nothing else. If you must be careless with your possessions, let it be in connection with material things. Your mind is your spiritual estate. Protect and use it with the care to which divine royalty is entitled. You were given a willpower for this purpose. That's exactly what I'm saying. Valuing yourself. A lot of it, he just said it. Your mind is your spiritual estate. What kind of estate you got? You gonna have a bum ass project? Most niggas don't have, that be their place of living, and that be their mind state too. Project
and government handouts and vaccines.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's just not supposed to be a lifelong lifestyle. You're not supposed to be on. It's called assistance, public assistance. It's supposed to assist you. It's not supposed to fucking sustain you for 4 generations.
That's the difference.
Yeah, but it's set up to do just that.
But after a while, a person starts setting their own self up to do, because what it just says, you're supposed to, the only thing you're in control of is your own thoughts. So a person, they let their thoughts get to the point where, and I'm not knocking public assistance, I'm just saying a person lets it control their own thoughts to where they don't have no thoughts, that, you know what I'm saying, they would do whatever they have to do to keep their public assistance. The motherfuckers won't do dumb. Like, nah, man, I ain't fucking up my motherfucking food stamps.
Right. That's the excuse I heard. Trying to help a friend of mine. She didn't want to get off of it. Because making too much money, she couldn't get benefits anymore. But I'm like, you know, if you follow this process, you'll actually make more money.
Yeah. Like, yo, if you get a part-time job, you could I ain't fucking my shit up, nigga. They pay. I just got my Section 8 too. I pay $13 a month for rent.
But you know, that goes to psychology. A person
Yeah.
is harder to keep what they have than to let go and gain something new. That's psychologically proven.
Mm-hmm. And that's why magic, those people who fall into, like Kenya said, that, you know, it's set up like that. It's set up like that because it's mental magic, and then people are eating. They eat the energy of those people. Those, and the people who allow themselves to get trapped in that, those are the ones they will throw. If they was to tell everybody who get public assistance, you're either going to have to get vaccinated or they're going to cut your assistance off, the motherfucking doctor's office will be full of people getting vaccinated just off the fact of saying that we'll take your public assistance from you if you don't go get vaccinated. That's where they can use that shit against you, because somebody else controls you. You know what I'm saying? These people got to live in apartments, and every month somebody got to come and inspect your apartment that you live in to see if it's you keeping your place up to par for them to keep, so you can live in a low income place. I couldn't do it, man.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's, I mean, nothing's free. It comes with a cost for sure.
And I'm not saying it's crazy. I'm just saying it's speaking how we talk about on a broader spectrum. You're supposed to use that to springboard to something else. I know sisters out there that was on Section 8, but as they went out and got a job and they start earning more and more money, that motherfucking Section 8 shut that shit the fuck off. They're like, shit, you making motherfucking $26 an hour. You're quite capable of paying this $1,100 a month. No more Section 8.
You know,
And they be having nice houses. You can get nice places with Section 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. It's people who have mastered the system. They know how to play it, boy.
Yeah.
Play that.
It's people out there that'll work 4 months out of the year, and they plan to work during particular times so they can stop right before income tax time. So they work a particular amount of time just so they can get an income tax check.
Yeah, I know people like that.
I'm just saying, man, that's not where we're supposed to be.
Them the same ones. They got the intellectual capacity, but they'd rather do that than to learn how to make money for themselves. They would rather game the system. I can say that because I dealt with this type of person before. You're smart enough, you're brilliant enough, but you would rather play it safe, in your words.
Exactly.
Because once you get exposed, that whole thing's gonna fall apart.
They're gonna crumble you like a house of cards.
When Trump changed the rules and everything, they was definitely suffering, scrambling. Now they want to be an entrepreneur. But hey,
there's ways, and there's always ways out of it. You know what I mean? That's why we gotta be. I think that's why you start getting pockets of individuals like us, or cell groups to start getting into certain things because you don't want to, either you don't want to continue to live like that or you don't want to fall into that type of lifestyle. You're like, yo, I'm trying to elevate to a whole nother level. And first of all, it's all about being positive. You want to be more positive in life. And the more positive energy that you're exhibiting as an output, then you're gonna have input that's gonna be positive. And I say that positive input is having a motherfucking positive account. Nobody wants to be in the negative. It's too much out here. I got motherfucking children. I got kids I got daughters who don't know nothing about poverty, who live with me, who want to open the refrigerator 50 times in one day just to see if there's something in that motherfucker. And know it's something and they don't care, not even be hungry. They just want to open up to make sure that the milk is still in there from 15 minutes ago or something. I don't know. Can you imagine can you imagine a person fucking not being able to, I couldn't even live on myself. Not being able to provide. I got a fucking daughter in college getting ready to graduate. Next month, I got to drive to Connecticut to go to her graduation. Boy, you know what she only called dad for? Hey, dad, do you have, you know what I'm saying? And it was love you after you. Yes, I got you. Shit, this is a real world out this motherfucker, man. You better be meditating and also eating right, but you also got to and the only reason you want to meditate and eat right is so your brain can work right, so your genius can kick in. Like, yo, how can I make money today?
Right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always come like that. But if you keep asking that question and pondering and meditating on it, what's happening is you're tilling the soil, you're planting the seeds, you're watering it. So that work of questioning, that churning and that turning, it's going to eventually produce something because you're training yourself to look for solution.
Yeah. You're building new neurons that's taking you out of a low level or what's called a poverty mindset.
Right.
There's a difference between struggling and hustling.
Right.
There's a difference between struggling, hustling, and earning currency.
Right.
Until you get to the point where you obtain some currency and then your currency supposed to work. You're not supposed to work no more. Your currency is supposed to be fucking vibrating high enough that it makes its own, that it draws in the rest of its family to it.
Yeah.
Like, yo, we lit over here, my nigga. It's some shit going on over here. Come on and join. You want your money to start making you money. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, it's garbage to be in the fucking negative. I know shit. That negative is garbage.
What's the small, well, not just, I'm just making conversation. What's like the smallest you made stretch? I remember making like $5 stretch a week, $20 stretch a month.
Oh, wow, man.
I should call my homeboy because he talked about that one time. We laugh about it. I think I had one time I was down $20. I wasn't spending that motherfucking $20 for nothing. He laughed. He was like, yo, you holding on to that fucking 20? I said, it was rough. As soon as I touched that 20 to spend it, it was gone, just like that. Mm-hmm. That shit was done. And I got nothing back for it. I had to redig. That's the whole thing about the game too in life. You can lose sometimes, but your loss, it shouldn't be permanent. Now you got to be able to fight back. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't have a fight back. Right. Just because you get into a fight and a nigga punch you in your fucking face a couple times, don't mean you lost the fucking fight. That means you fighting. Fight back. punch, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Grab the nigga, choke him or something, you know what I'm saying? Do something to survive this motherfucking fight.
I remember getting a dozen eggs, pack of ramen, and some tuna fish, making that thing stretch.
A full meal out of that thing, man.
Stretch that bad boy. 1 egg a day.
Who says to themselves, "Man, I'm just gonna eat ramen and 1 egg a day on this"? Nobody ain't striving for that, man. You know what I'm saying?
But in the moments, you learn though. You learn some lessons if you paid attention.
And like I said earlier, man, everybody that's gathered, that's doing this, that's on this live, y'all are too intelligent to say, first of all, you too spiritual not to be going for money, and you too intelligent not to have a means of making some currency. You may, like Travis said, they may not be right now, it may not, you know what I'm saying? You may gotta think, you may gotta ponder for a little while on it. But if you serious, you have a little faith in yourself, and you honoring yourself by not cheapening your worth, that shit'll work. You'll be shocked. And now you got tools. There's a couple mantras out there that can really help you out. Some sigils, and them things don't work unless you faithful and you value what you're doing and you respect the method. So if you're just doing it out of just because you're desperate, but you're not trusting the method and you're not faithful, it's not gonna work. It'll fizzle out. It'll give you a couple bucks, but that's all it's gonna be. It's gonna be a couple of bucks. You know what I'm saying? So we too smart for that shit nowadays, man. These sisters out here making money, and a lot of these brothers ain't making no money, but they still want to be laid up. They still want yoni. These sisters ain't got no time for no broke phallus out this motherfucker.
You got that right.
It's a system to this thing.
They don't even want, sisters don't even need niggas right now. They got so much fancy vibrators out there. You can get a whole, they got them shits be stuck on the wall, all kind of shit, man. I see the videos.
Yeah, I used to sell that stuff. I made some good money.
Shit. They riding that motherfucker like it's my goddamn riding the trail. They ain't worried about no niggas out this motherfucker.
You make some money if you figure out how to harness human sexuality.
Oh my God.
You make some money if you learn how to, particularly male sexuality. If you can figure out a way to monetize that.
I think they have. It's called OnlyFans.
That's one way.
My homeboy told me he has several OnlyFans on automatic. Like the nigga talking about that it just comes out of his account for a monthly.
Yep.
I was like, God damn, man. But this nigga don't want to hear nothing about none of these books. He don't want to buy. I was like, yo, man, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to fucking get it, do something on Zoom. Man, shit. I got this OnlyFans, and that's what these niggas' priorities be.
Why
but
not?
You know what? Somebody getting that money though.
Yeah.
It's the team of women to work for you on OnlyFans. I'm just saying, there's so many different ways to do this thing where everybody can win.
Man, I'm gonna tell y'all something. A long time ago, right? I knew this lady. Her name was Doll. Doll was a madam. Doll had 6 women that worked for her, and this was way before internet and I'm talking about. I'm 48. You know what I'm saying? That ain't old, but I done been to several levels. Doll had these women out there, motherfucker, coming back with thousands. They was escorts. I done dropped them off a couple times. Hotels, all in New York and shit like they coming back with 2,800. Not giving up no yoni. Just to go eat dinner with somebody with dinner gowns on and just be a pretty face that they can have around somebody at a company party and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So they can have a pretty woman just so other men can gawk.
Hell yeah.
2,800 for that shit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Doll was really doing it. And they wasn't, and like I said, like these women wasn't giving up nothing. You know what I'm saying? Some of them, now maybe from time to time, the more money you got, it definitely was something being given up. But and I'm not saying I'm advocating it. I'm just saying that it's always a way, some sort of means. You got to just think. You got to pull your own inner genius. You got to figure out what you're passionate about. What's your skill set? And nowadays with this crypto coins and all of this, it's so much digital money and forex and all of this XRPs and all. It's a lot of ways to come up real quick. Now we doing too much knowledge, Trav, man. That's why I think I'm talking about this. We got too much. There's too much videos. There's too much Bobby Hemmets that niggas done watched for niggas to be broke. Deep in the mind with shallow pockets don't work.
One of them things got to change.
Man, shit. It ain't like I'm driving around here. Like I said, I'm not to a point where I'm living like some luxury. Motherfucker, I ain't broke.
Right.
I got a house. I'm straight. Air conditioned. I'm in my whole man cave right now. And the motherfucking air condition blowing in both of these motherfuckers, blowing in here and blowing in the house. Because I'm maintaining. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that shit, like Travis said, boy, one time I had to stretch that motherfucker $20.
Yep. Hey, I don't have a car. I don't have a cell phone.
If I was capable and able to sacrifice myself, freedom, death, and whatever else that came with it, to go stand on the fucking street on Newfield Avenue or Stratford Ave to make some money, then I can use my mind to make fucking money without having to be worried about my freedom being taken away. That ain't, you don't have to live like that forever. I figured out early that, okay, you can take this money and invest it. Shit, I took that motherfucking money, went back to school. I learned motherfucking aircraft maintenance.
Oh yeah.
I'll keep your whole airplane in the sky right now if you own one. And I learned that from off of a dude I purposely took a job with him just so I can see what type of equipment and what he was doing and all of that. I found that shit interesting. I'm like, okay. Should I put my whole fucking self through school behind that shit? Because after a while, you start seeing the mistakes of that system. Nobody got no 60 years to give away to prison. I wasn't no prison dude. That wasn't my destiny at all. So we all got capabilities that we can live both. And that's what I mean. I think I said that before about us with this Vedic information. There ain't no way that we can live it unless we go to Bihar or we go to India and we renounce this American lifestyle and you go seek to be a practitioner over there. And then you go be a sannyasa. The only thing you're gonna do is seek the inner divine, and you're not concerned about nothing else. But if you're not living that kind of lifestyle, then you still gotta be involved in this world, this world structure of America, and you gotta make currency, man.
Facts. Side question. Do you think that with your knowledge in aircraft maintenance, do you think that there's something in there that you could teach?
You s- you still got to you still got to go to you still got to go to school. It's a
Well,
lot. I mean, of course, I can teach some stuff. Man, it's a especially and I say this especially after 9/11. Well, you can't be bringing people around. You can't be bringing people around aircrafts and private hangars and airports no more. Well, you know how much paperwork I'm under. When them people got me under facial recognition, it's just shit like that, and all kind of licenses to get in these places. So I mean, of course, you can teach somebody. It's no different if you're a mechanic. You can teach somebody how to be a mechanic. But if I don't have an airplane to teach you on, because you got to do hands on, you can't be bringing people around nobody airplane and that money you fucking around here the news that some shit and nigga try to fucking land a Cessna and the wheel came off of this fucking boy. It's over.
Hell no.
Like I said about earlier, when I said they ain't trying to lose my section 8, I can say this: I ain't trying to lose my motherfucking company. But
Yeah.
But yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Because I have people like, yo, man, you can't give me no job and shit. I'm like, yo, I can, but you're eventually you're gonna have to go get certified, man. You're gonna have to go get certified. So of course, and the only reason you're gonna need to be certified because what I do, you gotta be around people's aircraft and during these American times, boy, you can't just be walking. You can't be bringing nobody to no private airport, man. You can't just go walk on no airport and get behind that fence and go walk and go in somebody's hangar and it be an airplane in there.
Don't they have people that can teach you how to pass like the military ASVAB, or people that can teach you how to pass the SAT, or people that can teach you how to get better scores on different certifications?
Yeah.
You say, can I do it like that?
I was just saying that's one of the one
Yeah,
I've seen.
you can do. Yeah, I thought about that before. Like, can I teach? I can, hold some sessions. I'm just not coming across a lot of people that's interested in doing that. You know what I'm saying? I tell a lot of because at one point I was doing mentoring for the Department of Juvenile Justice, and I was telling them, like, yo, you can get, because I was going to try to incorporate, like you just said, with teaching, but teaching young boys who done got themselves in a little trouble, and you know what I'm saying, they already was in a boys camp. So the next stage after that is the detention center. So I would try to teach them that, but like I said, when you try to incorporate that, boy, it's a lot of paperwork with that, trying to mix that with kids who are involved in the Department of Justice and saying the airport, the aircraft association, and it's just a lot of bull crap. But I would suggest, because there's a lot of other things I do, like saying, like owning property. I mean, I know how to put water heaters in houses. I know how to, do electrical wiring and shit like that in houses and shit. I done built houses. So it's like that. Even though the aircraft thing ain't come out, I done taught some kids how to do certain things around home. Because I grew up around men. They ain't never really called nobody else to come fix shit in their house. They was fixing it themselves, and they wasn't jerry rigging it. They were professionally fixing stuff. So that's kind of like I kind of took that from them, you know what I'm saying? That that as a boy, I told them that, yo, man, something go wrong inside your house, your mother should be able to depend on you to be able to fix it. Because what if your landlord don't feel like coming by to fix something, and now you don't got this, something ain't working. You should know how to work it. So I wanted to be able to show them how the water heater work and how this works and blah blah blah. And plus, with fixing cars, you know what I'm saying? I done taught a couple kids how to change, how to do brakes. And I'm like, yo, if you know how to change brakes, you can make $40. That's a job for you, because as you hear somebody that they driving a car and the brakes squeak when they press it, you're like, yo, I can change your brakes for $40. Because changing brakes is actually it's actually easy. Because you go to the mechanic, you know what they're gonna charge you for a brake job. $240 to change them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so it's like, each one teach one. That's really the truth. I'm all about being self-sufficient. You know what I'm saying? Wow. The next thing I'm trying to do is learn. I want to fly. I want to get some flight time. And fly out of here, man. These people down here in Florida, man, you got people with homes and they got regular Cessnas. They don't have no Lear jets or nothing like that. They got personal little aircraft where they capable of flying from Ocala, Florida to Miami and go eat lunch with their friends down there. And then fly back later on that night. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. They every Saturday, they get up 7 of them and they go on, like you see people be on motorcycles, be like 7 in a row. They be doing that with airplanes. Chilling.
Nice.
Oh, we're gonna go down to Miami. We're gonna go fly down to Key West this weekend and go snorkel, go jet skiing. Like, okay.
In the chat, Al Dickey has a question for you. He says, Shango, we pretty much have the same story. Do you go back to the hood and try to teach who you think would listen how to get out?
It ain't nobody from my neighborhood. The same people don't even live there no more. Like I said, it was destructive. Them niggas is dead. Them niggas is locked up. Some people moved on. And then in Bridgeport, once you got locked up for a drug crime, you weren't even allowed to come back to the city. Some people don't even know that. Some cities got it where you get locked up for certain crimes, you're banned from the city.
Never heard of that.
You can't move back there, man. It's a whole nother world out here. So it's not like I can go back and teach. And like I said, I'm getting ready to go back to Connecticut, but I'm going to go see my daughter graduate. I'm in and I'm out, man. Because the people that I do know that's there, I look at their Facebook pages, niggas are still standing on the fucking avenue.
Them patterns, boy. Them patterns.
What if I'm gonna do with these niggas? Nigga, I'm straight. I live in Florida. I'm trying to get back. Got me fucked up. You think I'm going to stand in the ave with these niggas? But no. If it was possible, and it was like that, like I had some people that had some kids or something, it ain't no going back like that, because them neighborhoods are different now. Those are different people. So that's, like I said, at one point I was doing the mentoring thing, and you're able to inspire or be assistants like that. But going back and doing something, it's really, my neighborhood ain't even like that no more. It's just dilapidated. Some people you can't revive. This is like a human body. They can only shock you like 4 times, and then they gotta call it because the heart, they can't do it no more. So most people think that a defibrillator, they think it starts the heart. A defibrillator actually stops the heart so it can give the heart the ability to give its natural ability to kick back in with its own spark. It don't, the defibrillator don't start the heart, it stops it. So that's what I'm saying. Some people already, they don't even have a spark no more. You can't spark neighborhoods that's just dead.
Ooh. All right. So I want to say this because I want to kind of wrap it up and, within the next 7 minutes, make the official announcement on Sunday. I remember Sunday, we're going to do the last chapter of the Kabbalion. So go ahead and read that last chapter. We're going to talk about it on Sunday. But after that, we're going to take 6 weeks for intensive study. All right. Now, what I plan to do is to go live with the modified Pomodoro technique during where we would normally have these study sessions, straight study. And the point of that is, if you can't find an excuse to study, if you can't find the time to study, at very least, you can come to this YouTube channel and see me doing it, right? If you don't know about consistency, if you don't know about focus, at very least, you can use me as a symbol to say, all right, let me stay on track, at least for an hour, at least for 2 hours, whatever you want to choose. So if you want to knock out the 8 hours for the week on just Sunday, you can do that. If you want to do an hour a day, you can do that. But after the Kabbalion, like I said, I'm going to post the details and everything, but it's going to be a 6-week challenge, 42 hours of study, right? That's 42 days. So it's stretched out, however you want to do it. Pick 2 books that you want to focus on, 2 books you want to finish, just 2. You can definitely get it done if you put in this time. Pick 2 subjects that you want to explore, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's more about tarot, whatever, it doesn't matter. Pick 2 subjects above everything else and just dig into it for these 6 weeks, right? Put everything else aside and just these 2. Grace, I'm talking to you. And then the other 2 to make the 6, 2, 4, 6 is clarify your long-term goals. So figure out where you want to be. Put the full VAKOG on it. What's it look like? What's it smell like? What's it taste like? What's it sound like? What's it feel like to be there? And during these 6 weeks, what I would love for you to do is to just backtrack. Okay, what has to happen before I get there? What has to happen before that? What has to happen before that? And just come up with somewhat of a plan so that you'll know what you're working with. If you want to have a side income, if you want to replace your job, if you want to be more fluent in tarot, if you want to know how to meditate, mantras, whatever, use this time, these next 6 weeks, to really dig deep and prove to yourself that you can go further than you've gone. No excuses, right? I have a fancy name for it, whatever we're going to call this little challenge, but that's what's in store for the next 6 weeks. Then after that, on May the 30th, we shall begin going deep into Taught with Shooting. I'm going to have a book list of the different books that I'd recommend. Shango listed some great ones here with like the Think and Grow Rich, stuff like that. So if you want to dive into entrepreneurship, we'll have a list for that. If you want to go more into the Vedic stuff, got a list for that. If you want to go more into the astrology, Ayurveda, whatever. But all this is to really just set up, like Shango said, a platform. So if there's something you feel left behind in, if there's something that you want to get further in subject-wise, this will be a place to have concentrated study. So keep that in mind. That's where we're headed for the next 6 weeks. And then we're back into the book study.
Yep.
Yes. As soon as I come up with a fancy name for it, I'm going to make an exciting commercial.
Awesome.
Filled with buzzwords and NLP, just to get you all hooked into it.
NLP, yay.
Are you ready to go further than you've ever gone before?
Ooh.
You know what's hilarious? I watched Napoleon Dynamite again the other day. When you see Napoleon Dynamite,
yeah,
when that dude was the Taekwondo master or whatever he was, his voice was like this, the speed of a cheetah.
Dramatic.
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal
He said,
Kombat.
you see these pants I got on? You think somebody want a roundhouse kick to the face for wearing these pants?
Yeah, where are these bad boys?
Forget about it.
That's it.
Fatality.
But like
Man.
Laura said, it's them keywords. Put a hot beat behind it, the right image. That's your emotional stimulus. That's all we need to get excited. That's just how we operate.
And to be the voice, took a voice's instrument. That's like I go back to that song Beatbox. It's his voice. It got that squeaky sounding voice, and the beat is riding, and you really think he's saying something the whole time. He talking about blowing your cousin's whole head off and the whole song.
America.
Man, I'm out, man. It's at the top of the hour.
Top of the hour.
What's military time for 1 a.m.? Oh, 0, what is it?
1.
Is it 1 military? But it's a good time right now.
100 hours.
100 hours. People should be going outside too. I like to use these times to walk around the neighborhood sometimes too.
Yeah.
I tell my homeboy, the guy up the road, I tell him that I be doing perimeter sweeps. You know what I'm saying? I know where I live at. You know what I'm saying? I'm like that kind of person that you gotta use your time. That's all it is. Whatever, nothing should be a surprise to you. You shouldn't be living somewhere and not know the terrain of your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nothing catch you off guard out this motherfucker, man.
Right. If you're aware, practicing awareness, that falls into it.
Yeah. Because this world gonna distract you. You saw what they just did with Lil Nas X. They wanted you to be so distracted by him coming down that pole. I thought the video was hilarious, to be honest with you. I didn't feel offended or nothing. I was like, I watched the whole thing. I was like, yo, this is hilarious. And I think that's what he wanted. He wasn't serious about that shit. You know what I'm saying? He can't be. You got on a fucking braid lace front. You ain't seriously gay, man. You bugging out.
I didn't see it yet.
You gotta watch it. It's hilarious, man. It's actually it makes for good television. He got that thing bust wide open for Satan. Shit is hilarious, man.
Oh man, I'm trying to wear my devil horns and you doing this to my image.
You got your image looking so garbage in that video, man.
Come on, man. Pick somebody else.
Satan is so dead serious, and Nas X is fucking bent so far over.
Why? Why is this necessary to do?
They do it. I don't know, man. It's just like all I can do is use the word distraction. Like, yo, they gotta be. They doing something behind my back.
Someone in the group said that it's the reason why DMX is dying.
No,
because you know DMX personally hated every rapper because DMX personally felt like he could go against any rapper. Once Lil Nas X came out, then they both got X's in their name too. Lil Nas X dropped the video. DMX checked out of here, man. Like, yo, I'm out.
This shit is over.
This shit is over, dog. I'm out.
Meme with DMX face on it. This shit is over.
Please watch the video, Trav, just so you can be entertained. But like, yo, they bugging out, and it's kind of a cheesy made video too. Like, but it's actually hilarious, man.
At least I can pull some.
The way Nas is fucking portraying himself, that dude ain't doing nothing. All it is it's a great publicity stunt because he's not a great rapper. He's not like a major, only he had that one song and then Panini or whatever or some shit. It wasn't like you got to follow up to those. That Old Town Road was a major come out for him.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes what they call it, the sophomore jinx, couldn't really come out strong, like because the song is not really strong. But this video, you know what I'm saying, he put the shock and awe on you.
Yeah.
Like dropping that thing on Satan.
But I can tell that just from some of the techniques and what he's been posting on his little page and whatnot, I can see that a lot of the techniques are used for, you know, holding that attention. I could pick that up.
Because then I read about it's a meme.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's memetics.
Yeah.
That's all. Shit. But Trav, everybody, man. I'm out, y'all. Peace to the Senate.
Good night.
Good night. Peace.
Namaste. Keep doing your mantras and meditations, y'all.
Hell yeah.
So wait a minute. So wait a minute. We got, what is it? One more chapter in the Kabbalion?
Yes, last chapter of the Kabbalion, the Hermetic axioms.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Thanks.
I think what I want to do is the Pomodoro sessions, but we might do something else. I don't know yet, but I know the next 6 weeks I'd love to focus on getting some of these books read that we've all been buying. I know myself have kind of fallen behind my own schedule, so.
Okay, yeah, I got to figure out what two I'm gonna go in on. Okay. All right, like I said, everybody, peace out, y'all.
Bye.
Bro, I appreciate you, man. I love when you talk, bro. I learned so much of this gentleman. I would never disrespect him. I call him Mr. Shango. The Mr. Shango.
No, it's all about trash.
I learned from him too. I don't think I won. Thank
Django Unchained and John Travolta.
Exactly, man.
I thought Night Creatrix voice was Maxine just now. You sounded like Max.
It's 1 o'clock.
Exactly. See? I'm out of here now. Everything's starting to blend together. Major Night is turning into Maxine. I'm out.
All right. Wait.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
Before you go.
Oh.
A Spanish magician told everyone he would disappear. He said, uno, dos, then disappeared without a trace.
No.
No.
Without a trace.
All right, Travis. Good night, man. Thank you for everything. I'll see you.
All right. Thank you.
I love you guys. Good night.
Hey, guys.
Love you too.
Gay.
Hey, Night Creatrix. Oh, she's gone. All right.
All right. I gotta go too. I gotta hit the work in the morning.
Have a good day, Kenya.
All right, you too.
Peace. Y'all be safe. Be good to yourself. This shit gets frustrating, it can. But in those moments of frustration, remind yourself that it's not that serious. It'll happen. What you want will happen. Sometimes it takes time to unfold. I think of it a lot like programming these sigils. I don't like to mix up the different emotions. So when I'm trying to figure something difficult out and I start to get frustrated, I remind myself that I do have the answers within. They haven't come out just yet, but they're there. I'll allow time for it to happen and I move on and do something else. Then I come back to it. But I never sit there and stew and stir in frustration and anger, right? Because what happens is the mind, it attaches those things, right? The mind is state dependent. So if every time I get into a brainstorming session and I get frustrated, every time I enter that brainstorming state, I'm going to get frustrated. So before I even cross that line of getting pissed off, I remind myself how easy it is, how fun it is. and that I'm enjoying and I'm loving every second of it. And then I go do something else. Then I come back to it. And you know what? I may not have an idea after a week, but hey, after 2 weeks, when that idea does come, because I'm having so much fun in my brainstorming sessions, it's almost effortless. So when I say be good to yourself, that's exactly what I mean. When you're in the middle of the complex times, when it seems like it's a bit of a struggle, remind yourself that you have the answer already. It may not be evident, but obviously it's there. Every moment is pregnant with every possibility. This might not just be the moment to pull out that particular possibility. All I'm saying is choose to remain in a sattvic state. Choose to remain in a positive state. Choose that if that's what you want. If not, do whatever else you want. But that's my advice. Anyways, keep reading, keep studying, keep practicing, right? This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. I love you guys, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, Blues Clues style. Peace.